Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Thank you so much for coming to spend your Friday, May 10th with me, 2024 TGIF, everyone. TGIF. We're going to have a full day of court today, day 9 of the Karen retrial, and it's going to be a juicy one, I have a feeling. How is everyone? Mrs. Wild, right in there. Feels like it's going to be a good day to detangle lies. Wow. Julie Albert is still on the stand, remember, from yesterday. So she's going to be starting off. They're going to be crossing her again this morning. And I wonder if she's going to try and correct some of her testimony from yesterday, because it did conflict quite a bit with her husband Chris's testimony. Tell me, what was the rumor has it? Correct. Rumor has it Brian Albert is taking the stand today, and maybe his wife Nicole and Caitlin, depending on how far they get. But I mean, I imagine that Brian Albert, if he's there today, is going to take up most of the day. This is a witness that they're going to want on for quite a long time. So what do you guys think this morning? K Music Taylor is already outraged by this whole entire thing. And thank you for coming in early with the super chat. Outraged. I think everyone in this chat anyway, or many of the people in this chat, feel the same way. We are outraged. You know, I kind of thought, well, last night, you know, we're in Stanley Cup playoff season, so the Rangers had a great game last night. Won it in overtime, thank goodness, because I was so tired. I really wanted that game to be over, but I didn't want to lose that game. So I think we're up 3-0 over the Canes. So if you guys are hockey fans, let me know your team. Listen, I've been rooting for the Bruins too, I have to say. But when we both win this round and get into the next round, I think we're playing each other, right? So then we sort of have to part ways until the Cup. If you do like either the Bruins or the Rangers, put it in the chat. Or if you like the Bruins, put a little bear in the chat, maybe. I think there's probably a bear emoji in there somewhere. And, oh, there's a lot of Bruins fans in the chat. Thanks, Vicky Joe, for becoming a new member. And I'm just a girl in the world for coming in with the super chat, waiting for the crazy train to pull into the station. Yeah, what do you think is going to happen today? So after the hockey game, I sort of poked around. I poked around a little bit to see some other coverage, to see what other people are saying, you know, on mainstream media, News Nation, Court TV, Law and Crime. And I'm just going to say, don't do it. Just don't do it, because apparently some people think that the prosecution is really winning this case so far. And I don't understand how or why. Does anybody? Oh, Colorado. Yeah, go Avs. I'm a Boulder girl. I'm a Boulder girl myself, proud alum of CU Boulder. And finally this year, I think we're going to have a really amazing football team. Coach Prime is on it. He's on it. I love that guy so much. I mean, I never knew about him when he was a football player, really. I only know him as being the coach of the Buffs, but this is how big a cup I needed this morning. Coach Prime is so inspirational, and the way he talks to his players, he just has a lot of respect for his players, and I find him to be just a really great, really nice guy. If you don't follow him on Instagram, a lot of his speeches are on there, and I find him to be very inspirational and just a very kind man. You know, he's very religious, I guess, and he just believes in divine intervention and God, and let's hope the Buffs have an amazing year. In fact, I loved it so much in Boulder that I stayed out there to go to law school at the University of Denver, because I didn't want to leave Boulder. I did not want to come back to New York. I'm still kind of ruining the day that I ever did decide to come back to New York. And if I could move to California, South Bay area specifically, I would do that in a heartbeat. So that's the dream. You're never too old to dream a new dream. Like, you know, start a YouTube channel, which wasn't really a dream. It was kind of like a happy accident. And here we are today, loving each other's company. Yes, I'm gonna shout out Young Jerks. I saw somebody do that in here. Mike has been doing a great job, and I'm not saying that just because he did a whole show defending me on YouTube, but he's also got a criminal defense attorney from New York City, Mark Betterow, who's been guest hosting with him nightly or a lot. Last night, Olivia was on there too, and they've been doing a really great job breaking this case down and just sort of like smacking people into reality. And shout out to Young Jerks. And if you don't know Young Jerks, it's JURKS. And Mike seems like a really good guy. I don't know him, but I appreciate him sticking up for me because this has been a hard road. I just let something go by here. Hold on. Prestige Worldwide, thanks for your super chat. Thinking about the guy yelling, "Did you go to Mexico with Melanie Little?" at AJ still makes me giggle. Can you imagine what AJ must have been thinking? Yeah, Alan Jackson must have been thinking, who? So it's a funny story, actually. I went to see Dave Matthews in Cancun. He plays every year with Tim Reynolds in Cancun on the beach. They set up a stage at a resort, and you have to stay at the resort to go to the shows. And there's 3 shows in a weekend. And they have some other guests come on, and Mavis Staples came on this year, and I think it was Mavis Staples. And I can't remember because I went for The Dead, and I also went for Dave Matthews. But anyway, when I came back from Dave Matthews in Cancun, I was doing a show, and we were watching a hearing, a Karen Reed hearing, and Alan Jackson had on like this, like kind of like a rope bracelet with like a little bead on it or a little disc or something on it. And I said, "Oh, check out his bracelet. That's so cool. Somebody gave me one of those when I went to see Dave Matthews in Cancun. I wonder if he was there." And it like morphed into this thing. Melanie Little was with Alan Jackson in Cancun at Dave Matthews. They have these Hollywood connections. And then people were asking me about it. I said, "What are you talking about? I have video with you and Alan Jackson in Cancun." And I'm complaining about this to some of my friends, like Oblivious Benson. And she's like, "Girl, if people thought I was in Cancun with Alan Jackson, I would be loving that. I would own it. I'm going to give you 10 high fives." And it was hilarious. So then there's this guy who calls himself a journalist who's been sleeping outside the courthouse to get in there every day. And one day he's chasing after Alan Jackson in front of the courthouse. And he says, "Alan Jackson, did you go to Cancun with Melanie Little?" And he like shoves the mic in his face. And Alan, I don't even think, to his credit, even turned around and looked at the guy. And then he shouted it at him again as he's walking into the courthouse. And I'm thinking, like, you've got one of the greatest defense attorneys of our time in front of you, and you're asking him a question, and you're choosing to ask him about me. Like, I don't know if I should be flattered or have secondhand embarrassment for you for spewing nonsense. Yeah, it was crazy. It was, somebody's like, "I hate the word unhinged, but that guy's unhinged." Yeah, then someone else walked in. I'm not sure who he is. Yeah, unhinged. Fan is up, everyone. The fan is up. And it's already nauseating. I don't know if we can get a hold of someone in the courthouse, or if anybody has any ins to Court TV or whoever the pool camera is, to tell them that the attorneys really need a mic at the podium, because it's hard. I know it's hard. I'm going to try and not talk so loud. I'm going to try and equalize it. I have a sound booster, but it's really not helping any, it's not helping to boost the audio of the attorneys. So we're going to do the best that we can and try and keep on keeping on, because that's all we can really do. My mic is on auto, so there's really nothing I can do about turning my mic down. I'll just keep it a little bit further away from me. And if anybody has any suggestions, I have the sound booster on. I don't know what else we can do. Brittany's like, "I can never hear Lally, but it's probably for the better. He put me to sleep." Yeah, he is rather, I don't know, something about his cadence and his he doesn't really change the speed of his speech, and he doesn't really emphasize words, but all of a sudden he's getting very bold with his objections. Have you noticed that? All of a sudden he is objecting to things. And some people think that there's a some sort of system going on with signals like this, like this. What was your favorite part of yesterday, my friends? Thank you, On Top, for coming in with the super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mamacita, how can a Commonwealth witness sit in the media gallery? Who? Oh, Gretchen Voss. I don't know. I think she got a special exemption. But really, she's only testifying to her interviews with Karen. So I don't know that there's a lot that she could hear during the testimony that's going to change her testimony or influence her testimony. But I don't know. Typically, witnesses are not supposed to be in the gallery or listening to any testimony at home on TV before they testify. But the family has an exception, and I think somehow she got an exception too. I'm not sure. Has she been sleeping out at night outside the courthouse, or are they paying people to sit in line for them? I don't know. I think you can pay people to sit in line through TaskRabbit or something, maybe. Thanks, Kim Marie, for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. Prestige, we talked about this. It's still very funny. And Well became a member, or WEL. Thank you. Thank you. And on top, thanks for your super sticker. Effin' hippie coming in with the lyrics today. I think in song lyrics, and so do so many of you. And so we have this game about song lyrics and song titles that talk about the day. And please forget you knew my name, my darling Sugary. I love the Grateful Dead. Let's get it out. Let's get it out. The Grateful Dead references so early in the morning. And there, my friends, there's the Dead and Company poster from the Forum shows. I forget when they were. I think it was last fall. And there's a Dave Matthews Tour poster behind me. If you know, you know. Thanks, Effin' Hippie. I like that. Please forget you knew my name. I think I put on the thumbnail for this morning. I think we're going to roll this whole thing into the afternoon. What do you guys think? Should we break it up into 2 streams? We might as well just roll it through. I don't know if Uncivil Law is here right now, but if you are, Kurt, and you want to come in at lunchtime and do some comedy, that would be great, because if you don't know Kurt from Uncivil Law, he's very entertaining. And he's flabbergasted by this case. Just look at this and they're like, what? Danielle, thanks for becoming a member. I thought you were a member, but thanks if you re-upped. And Nancy Rock, you rock. You rock, Nancy Rock. Thanks for your super sticker and for coming in here with the support so early in the morning, you guys. The fan is still up. So we have Julie Albert coming back on the stand this morning for her additional cross and probably redirect and probably what will be a feeble attempt at rehabilitation, because she's testified that she came home the night of January 28th because she had a headache. And that when Colin came home, the son, who is part of the third-party culprit defense, he was 17 or 18 at the time. It's a little bit fuzzy. His parents don't seem to remember how old he was. His father said he was 18, and I think his mother said he was 17. I'm not even really sure. Chris, the father, said that Colin stuck his head in the bedroom door, and said, "Hi, I'm home. I love you. Good night." And Julie says Colin came in the room, kissed me goodnight, asked me how I was feeling, if I was feeling any better. And he had no injuries on him. So already their testimony is conflicting. The times are conflicting. We've got Chris thinking, and listen, those 10 or 15 minutes matter. They matter. So we've got surveillance video of Chris Albert walking out of the bar around 12:14. He says it took him 5 minutes to get home. And then he said he went to sleep and his son woke him up 10 to 15 minutes later. And Julie's timing is quite different from that. I don't know. My internet looks like it's a little wonky right now. So just if I'm freezing on you, give it a second. I may need to refresh my browser. If I do, okay, it looks like it's better now. If I do refresh or swipe myself out of the stream, like I so often do because I'm on my mouse pad because I hate the physical mouse, just wait for me because I always come back. Yeah, exactly. How did he know that she had a migraine? Listen, do you like text your 17-year-old kids and tell them you have a migraine when you have a migraine? I don't know. Kind of strains my credulity, but I don't know these people. And what I also found to be a little disingenuous about the testimony is the testimony about that Chris was talking about how they called John O'Keefe Nebercracker because he was the get off my lawn guy. And he was talking and trying to convince the jury that they were actually friends. And that, in fact, John asked them to watch his house while he was away in Aruba. And that's why they sent him pictures on his lawn, straddling his fence to taunt him because he thought it was a joke. And I think he said at one point, or she said, or somebody said, isn't it true, or the question was, isn't it true that, yeah, they were friends, but they never had each other's contact info, right, Tommy? Good morning, Tommy. I was just listening to some Dave Matthews Warehouse to pump me up before this show this morning. Tommy's also a Dave Matthews fan. We were just talking about how that guy was yelling at Alan Jackson. Did you go to Dave Matthews in Cancun with Melanie Little? Or not even did you? It was like, did you have fun with Melanie Little in Cancun? Because, they think I'm a paid hire by the defense firm, that I'm doing this for PR. And I guess that's how effective I am. I guess they're afraid of me, that they think I must be paid for doing this, because how could anybody possibly see right through this sham of a case if they're not paid? I guess that's the theory. I don't know. Lizzie says, hi, Lizzie, and thank you so much for your ongoing, very generous contributions to the channel. Says, I never tell my son when I'm sick. I don't want him to worry. Right, exactly. Julie says, I'm sure Chris and Julie's conversation last night was interesting. I think so too. Carolyn says, nobody believes it. I know that there are so many of you that are locals in the town and that know people. Good morning, Scott. Scott's one of my amazing moderators, retired NYPD, 25 years on the job. He says, good morning, everyone. I'm on my way to an undisclosed location for a brake job and tires. It's going to be a while before I'm actually in chat again. Well, if you're sitting around waiting for them to do your brakes and your tires, you might have some time on your hands. But don't tell anyone you're not going to be here, because you are one of my best protectors, along with Peter Pranzo, who is also retired NYPD. And we don't tolerate all the trash here, which is why so many of you like to come watch it here with us, because if you try and watch this coverage on Court TV or Law and Crime, I think they may have even disabled the chat on Court TV, because they were just like, we're not dealing with the vitriol here. And they didn't have the moderators to run it. But we don't tolerate it here. The bullying, the trash talk, the personal attacks. So let's also please refrain kindly from any personal attacks against any of the witnesses or the attorneys or their appearance. If you don't like what they're saying, or you don't agree with what they're saying, or you think they're lying, that's cool. But just let's try and be classy and not make fun of the way people look. It's just not nice. Or what they're wearing, because we wouldn't want people to do that. In fact, the one who did do that about Karen wearing too short of a skirt on Twitter, I thought that was a really, really disgusting tweet. And you know who I'm talking about. Somebody who considers themselves an expert in this field. And so many of you sent that to me because I quit Twitter. I'm not on Twitter. Never was really on Twitter. Until I had an account that was 8 or 10 years old. And the stuff I had on there was from the 2016 Rangers fundraiser that I went to. And I had pictures with some of the players, and that's probably the last thing I posted. And then people found me on there and started tagging me in really nasty and hateful tweets. And I was like, I don't have time for this. Who needs all this drama in their life? I don't need this. So they think they scared me off of Twitter, but they didn't scare me. I just don't have time for it. It's one more time suck. Scott, thank you for your super chat. Dancing in the streets today with Brian Albert on the stand. Is anybody boots on the ground at the courthouse? Because yesterday somebody sent me a picture of them being escorted in by Massachusetts State Police. Let me see if I can pull up that picture from Eileen, because you might find that interesting. I think they had a Massachusetts State Police escort, and there were at least 2 or 3 officers. Bringing them in, because I imagine they feel that they need protection, and they just may. I feel bad, actually, that they had to announce their addresses in open court, because that probably was not a great idea. I don't know why the court didn't make them either redact it. So here's them yesterday going into the courthouse with the Popo, Brian and Nicole. I think somebody asked where they are when they're not testifying. And I think there's a downstairs to the courthouse, because didn't Julie Albert say she left her readers downstairs? So I guess there's a downstairs in that courthouse where the witnesses come and leave their coats and things that they bring to court with them. So there's a police presence there. And there's our fan. I'm taking it down until they start. Make sure volume's up, closed captions are on. It's nauseating. They can't put sound up until the judge takes the bench. Here comes the judge. Oh, here this guy who said that I went to Cancun with Alan Jackson. He's convinced of it. He must be really gullible. Mamacita, thanks for your super chat. Grant Smith Ellis saves Gretchen's chair. It's the last time we're going to say his name today. Thank you. Magnolia Gypsy says, thanks for covering this every day. You and your mods are amazing, and so are you. So are you, Magnolia Gypsy. And always very supportive of the channel. And thank you for the super chat. And thank you, Mama Fig, for your super chat this early Friday morning. TGIF. Susan Agnello, thank you for all of your constant, unwavering support and your kind emails. Everyone says, I have a feeling that today's going to be a wild ride. Yeah, hang on. Hang on. It's the crazy train. It's the wild ride. It's the roller coaster of emotions that are going on during this trial. Thanks, Elle, for gifting a membership. You're so cute and kind. And to whoever got the membership. Danielle, thanks for your super chat. I'm a member. I had to renew. My favorite part of yesterday was when Yannetti gave that smile to the jury right after he handed his readers to Julie Albert. It was such a great moment, in my opinion. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Danielle, for always coming in, for keeping the chat laughing. That's what we try and do, too. We try and add a little humor here. There's nothing funny about this. And the judge is up.
Close the session. 22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, did counsel want to see me at sidebar?
I had asked, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, sidebar already. Ooh, I bet you he's got some tea. Here's my thinking. That he's got some tea that perhaps either the witness, Julie Albert, was prepped last night by Lally, which, as you know, I've told you is completely improper because she's technically still on the stand. They're not allowed to prep or have any conversations while she's still under oath. And or perhaps they found out that she had conversations with other witnesses or watched some coverage or watched her testimony back or her husband's testimony back. That is my thinking. Okay, so people want to know who's who. Here's Karen's parents right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. I can't see my cursor on my, but here's Karen's parents to the left of your screen in the front row. And on the right in the yellow top, that's Erin O'Keefe, who is the wife of John's brother Paul. And she is sitting next to Mrs. O'Keefe. I don't know. I think this is Karen's friend, who seems to be at every single court hearing, every single day of trial. Still nothing. EF 44. What about Katie McLaughlin's perjury? Still haven't heard anything about that. They've never argued it yet that I'm aware of, unless they did it off camera, but I can't imagine that they would. Maybe those other pictures, the deluge of pictures that were sent to the defense firm, are going to come in during Caitlin Albert's testimony. She might be there today too. If anybody's boots on the ground and knows the back row, Mary says, the back row are Reed supporters, Mary says. Momo Shark, does the other state attorney question, or is it only Team Lollipop? Sometimes, like you see in the defense firm, they alternate. They break down the witnesses ahead of time and they say, all right, you're going to do these witnesses. I'm going to do these witnesses. It's much easier to have a team. I don't know if they're going to let Elizabeth Little, no relation, question any of the witnesses or not. And I don't know if the ADA who's sitting with Lally, her name is also McLaughlin, is going to do any questioning either. That's a strategy. And it remains to be seen. Good morning. Good morning, blessed mom from Texas and cupcakes. Are we ready to rock? Let's go. Danielle says, do you know if it's true that the defense is not bringing in any character witness for Karen? I don't know. I don't know. Remember also, any newly discovered witnesses can be added at any time. And I don't know if we've even seen a final defense witness list, because depending on what comes up during the Commonwealth's case, there could be additional witnesses added. The great Jambi, big perjury coming. That's the prediction for this morning. Nessa says, do these people not have jobs? How can they be there every day? No, I mean, I'm sure that there could be people who are retired. Some of the people that you see there are in the media. Some of the people have taken off of work. Look, Karen hasn't been able to work since this whole thing happened for over 2 years. I don't know if her parents are retired, but it's crazy. Sheila says, Jen McCabe's sister is supposed to testify today. Why is she in the courtroom if that's her? No, it's not. It wouldn't be her. Jen McCabe's sister, NICOLE Albert, she wouldn't be in the courtroom. She would be somewhere outside the courtroom. And Kevin C says, Jason, Allison, and Courtney are sitting in the back row on the defense side. I don't know who they are, but maybe they're local and you guys know who they are. Hi, Tony. Mel, do you think Higgins and Brian Albert planned to confront John and Karen about Higgins and things went wrong? Jen McCabe wanted Karen there. I don't know. I have no idea what happened, but I do not think that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. That I'm certain of, based on many, many things. But so far, they haven't shown us any evidence that she did either. And we're on day 9 of this trial. So riddle me that, Batmans. Riddle me that. Oh, no, my pen doesn't want to work. But we did hear Mrs. Kolakithis, Karina, so far my favorite witness, testify that Jen McCabe grabbed Karen on the way out and said, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. And Karen was like, well, what are you talking about? Coming with you. And she said, oh, don't worry. Karen said, where? And she said, it'll be a surprise. Come with me. And then Karina said that's why she thought it was odd that she saw Karen and John walking towards their car when Karina left, because she thought, based on the conversation she overheard, that Karen was going to be going somewhere with Jen McCabe. So I don't know. Haas long. Till it hits the fan. I feel like Eliza is working on something specific. Could be. Angela says Eliza will be a firecracker. Good morning, sunshine. Good morning. Somebody says, is Aidan in the courtroom? I think he is. I think that's him in the jacket there, the beige jacket. I think that's Ted Daniel. And you see with all the stickers in the computer, that's the guy who decided to spend his Alan Jackson conversation on me and Dave Matthews. I don't even know if Alan Jackson likes Dave Matthews. Does anybody know that? But I do believe he's married. So accusing him and me of having an affair on television, not a great choice if you want to be considered a journalist, serious journalist. Oh, Kimberly, thank you so much for the 50. That is so generous of you. Kimberly says, wonderful coverage, Melanie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for watching, because if you weren't watching me, I would be sitting here watching this anyway and yelling at my television. So now at least we can yell about this together. And we can talk, we could discuss, we could debrief. We can hold each other virtually when things start getting rough and we feel like we're in the void of some horror movie. Serenity 10, thanks for becoming a member. And Jen, thanks for the 10. Says, Melanie, thanks for your amazing coverage on this case. Also, congrats on the Rangers' big win last night. Yeah, that was a big win. I was getting a little touch and go there for a minute. A lot of fights last night. A lot of fights. Oh, you're going to the Bruins game tonight, Jen? Amazing. Hoping for a Bruins versus Rangers matchup in the ECF. Yeah, that's going to be fun. It's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. You guys had a brutal loss the other night, but, you know, one game at a time, right? One game at a time, Jen. Thank you so much. Loza, good morning, Loza. Liza says, I was at the gym yesterday and 2 others were watching the case through your channels. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you for your classy coverage, Queen. Thank you so much, Luza. And thanks for the 5 spot. Mickey J coming in from Canada. Thanks, Mickey, for the super chat. I think Lally knows this case is a career destroyer and he's going to take the town of Canton down with him. Just saying. Yeah, I mean, big cases like this can make or break a career. And in his case, it could break. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know if he's the fall guy. I don't know if he's the patsy. I don't know if Marcy's like, yeah, you're doing this come hell or high water. And he's going in there like, this is crazy, boss. This is crazy. We can't pursue this, but they're pursuing it. Wonder if they have a juror problem. This is interesting. Let's back to the fan, really. Chantal, welcome back. Chantal, thanks for the super chat. Says, I haven't seen you since the Maya trial, catching up now. Thank you so much for creating a playlist and making it easy. I do. I'm well over 30 videos I now, right? Love your naughty cupcake. Chantal is my naughty cupcake. The Maya trial was wild, right? We thought that trial was crazy. You ain't seen nothing yet, my friends. You ain't seen nothing yet. You thought the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial was crazy, and that was a trial involving celebrities. This is no celebrities in this trial, but this is, I think, one of the worst injustices that we have seen in this country in quite some time. Danielle says, I am hoping the jury picked up on the fact that Chris Albert said he didn't have John O'Keefe's cell number. Yeah. But you know who did? His wife, because I remember this when we were going over some motions, that Julie was texting John that night too. Like, where are you? Get down here. Do you remember that? I'm not making that up, right? I do remember that. And yesterday when, who did the cross yesterday? I usually have it on my notes. I think it's Yannetti, right? Who's crossing Julie Albert. Said something like, did you talk to Courtney, Michael Proctor's sister, a whole bunch after this, after Karen was arraigned and arrested on February 1st and February 2nd of 2022? She was like, well, I don't know what a lot is. Yes, it is Yannetti. I don't know what you mean by a lot. And then they said, you got to narrow down time frame. So then he narrowed down the time frame between February 1st, the day of my client's arrest, and September something. I don't know what you mean by a lot. Usually I text her. It's not talking to her. And it came out that there were 67 phone calls between Julie Albert, who is the mother of Colin Albert, and the wife of Chris Albert, and Courtney Proctor, who is Michael Proctor's sister. 67 phone calls between the day that Karen was arrested and September of that same year. And it's crazy.
You are unmuted.
They're coming back. Court TV is always a second or two behind. So when you're telling me it's playing on other channels, never fear. We're always here.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Morning, Your Honor.
God save the Commonwealth and this good court.
All right.
Love that guy.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at Sidebar. So we made you wait, but in the long run, it's we'll speed things up and we'll make things go more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions, have you all been able to follow the instructions?
She's so jovial with the jury. It's really weird. It's like a dual personality. She's been so gruff during the whole pre-trial proceedings that it's just odd. It's like a different personality to see her be so smiley with the jurors. Or jurors, depending on who you listen to.
To see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Did you watch Melanie Little on YouTube last night when you got home?
If you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something,
We can't hear.
I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise your hand,
Everybody raise your
court
hand.
officers don't have the power to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder, but I do. So if you raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens. defense, all right? So I remind counsel to keep their voices up, and you've been doing a great job of moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so.
This is a wicked
All right,
small
is
courtroom,
Ms.
for those
Albert
of you who
here?
don't know. Wicked small, which is good for the defense because the jury can really see the witnesses. They can really get a read on the witnesses. They're not a read. Let's play on words. They're close. It's intimate. And I think it's very, very good for the defense.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
I have the captions on, but don't follow them because they're very wrong oftentimes.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Rarely.
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely. Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Not daily. Not daily. Not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many? 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not. That wasn't every day. I would.
Okay, well, when you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any old bills to confirm those 67 calls?
Okay, he said, did you log into your account or check any old bills to confirm those 67 calls after you left here yesterday? Tell me if Yanetti's volume is better today. If it's better, just say better.
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so. No.
Don't believe
Did you
so?
call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions? Yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was A long time ago.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay, but my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can
It-
you answer that?
Yes, it could have been.
Could have been.
Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Alberts, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for
Hold on. I want to see what he said about Proctor. You told Courtney you were nervous to talk to Proctor. They've got receipts. He wouldn't be asking her this if he didn't have proof.
10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Alberts, correct?
correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
Notice the change in demeanor. Anytime Colin Albert's name is brought up, that's her son, the son in question, that Karen and the defense have accused of having something to do with Officer O'Keefe's death on the night of January 28th of 2022. And notice how her demeanor changes the second Colin's name is brought up. And I'm going to take it back. It's subtle, but it's there. She seemed very nervous. And then all of a sudden, it's like the mama bear claws are coming out.
Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Alberts, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Here it is.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who
Not
was
at the
present for
station.
that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Buchanan.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I don't recall.
Where
I don't
did the
remember.
interview take place within your home?
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
Oh. Call Proctor's personal
A
cell.
moment.
Show her her phone records to refresh her recollection.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
This is the same document. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it and you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those 2 phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done.
All right, we all heard it. I'm keeping the dirty words out of the chat. Okay, guys?
If I may approach. Did that refresh your memory about those 2 phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
Oh,
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
yeah. There you go.
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends. No, she's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends.
She's
no.
my sister's
She's
best
my
friend.
sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister,
My
Jill,
sister Jillian. Yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
In the hot
No.
tub.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
This is all a play on Caitlin Albert. Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin, because all those pictures surfaced of them in the hot tub at a baby shower.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside.
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about 1.5 years or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time she was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
No, the question is, were you impressed
Now,
by
on
it?
Friday,
She can't say one nice thing about Karen. Really, lady? You've already dug your grave by lying so much and by having Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, by calling him personally the day that he interviewed you, by speaking to his sister at least 3 times in the morning before Karen Reed was arraigned on February 2nd of 2022, and several times after, and 67 times in between February 1st of 2022 and September. And you can't say one nice thing. You're not a smart witness. That's for sure.
January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you for one
Yes.
second.
What'd she say?
Correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you for one
Yes.
second.
Can I stop you for 1 second? And they turn off the audio.
I believe you testified that you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on, correct?
He said, "What's up?" and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party. Correct?
yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the Waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
Correct.
He was not out with you at the Waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes.
Okay. But Colin was not.
He was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did. Yes.
Okay. That 12:10 a.m. time, Did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No,
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time at 12:10 a.m.?
no.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the Waterfall video. I think it's Exhibit 53, just that portion, 12.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. The courthouse is right next to the fire station, somebody told me, so there's a lot of sirens in this trial. Thanks, Patty, for your super chat. Says, this is stressful, but so much fun to watch. Thank you, Melanie. You're welcome, Patty. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. And this, all right. We can hear them whispering.
And I'll move on with my questioning. I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning.
Very good.
We can have the lights on again.
Turn the lights back on. If you haven't heard the new Billy Joel song, Turn the Lights Back On, later, go on YouTube and look at the video. It's amazing. They age
Now,
him.
I believe you
So cool.
testified that the Waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the Waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the Waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes.
Maybe a minute or two less.
Oh, they coordinated that.
So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yeah.
Think she's ever walked there in her life? Just a question.
Yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery.
Yes.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the Waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the time?
Yeah, let's wait for the sirens to go by.
Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, if you can run that, Mr. Bates.
Twelve 13,
Pause it there.
35 seconds.
I am going to direct your, do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Right. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the Waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14, then 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes,
He didn't have a car that night.
he did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the, I don't
Oh,
know.
All
Would've
right,
taken
so
longer.
your testimony would be, you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer, or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at,
Mhm.
Given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate? Because
It
of the
could
weather?
have.
Okay.
I
But
don't
in
know.
any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room,
Bedroom?
upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up.
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you.
praying.
And you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get
waiting for
better.
it to kick in.
Yes.
Okay.
What medicine did you take? Was it a narcotic? Could that have affected your sense of time and whether or not your son came in and kissed you goodnight? It's interesting that the one thing that she chooses to correct is his choice of the word suffering from her migraine. Notice that.
And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
Oh. How long did it take him to fall asleep?
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 12:10 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Getting to her to admit that her timing might be wrong.
Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
Love it.
I just don't remember them.
Mm.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law Brian and your sister-in-law Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene.
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of taillight strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of taillight, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's
Brian?
in the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's see the side door. And what kind of car does he drive? And why would you leave donuts in a blizzard inside someone's car? Are frozen donuts a thing? Trouble ahead, trouble behind. Set up like a bowling pin, my friends.
I am so bad at this. Jeez.
This is the Commonwealth's photo. That's why it's so
Thank you.
crappy.
You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes. In other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement going down to the basement is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right, but the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Library.
Okay,
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you,
yeah,
and to the left is the library.
right.
If you
And
go to the
and-
right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the left one.
We looked at the floor
And
plan the other
When
day.
you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the 7 of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the 7 of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly
Oh,
the
so who
discussion.
knows?
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes?
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with
Of
the state.
2024.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
Ooh.
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Mike Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustain.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Lally learned how to
Everyone appeared
object.
to be having a good time that night. correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen, from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Mm.
Now, after you left the Waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was he?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay.
Oh,
And
now she
you learned
remembers
that
he went to
from
Brian's?
him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry. It was after. I'm sorry. It was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly on.
Good luck, Lally.
Morning, Ms. Howard.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have other friends?
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And it also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
That's because in 2024, Trooper Proctor is under internal affairs investigation and also FBI investigation. So yeah, Proctor was not the one who came to your house or tried reaching you at the end of March of 2024, 3 or 4 times before they finally called your husband to get a hold of you and then came to you or you went to them on April 3rd of 2024 and they looked through your phone. Wow. We didn't know this stuff, guys, right? That's new info.
And They asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked through my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone. You provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
Threatened you with a search warrant?
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Okay, he's just looking like an idiot now. And I know why Yannetti's not objecting, because he's like, I'm just going to let him look like an idiot. Do you walk faster or slower when it's cold outside? Trust me, if Yannetti asked that question and Lally objected, the judge would have been like, sustained, sustained, sustained. But Yannetti's very, very smart. He's meticulous in his questioning. He's like, go ahead. You look like an idiot. Go ahead. Do you walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster, me personally.
When you went over to your in-law's house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point.
No. No.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Except what had happened was, I believe she said the phone call came at 5:55. And I believe it was closer to like around 4:55. Do you guys remember that? And she said in her original statement, that's how she found out that John died, because there was a call from, was it Nicole or Jen McCabe? It wasn't 5:55. I know that. I think it was like 4:55. Her timing is all off. Right, Patriot? Patriot's awesome. She's like, I just want you to know that every morning we have a family group text and we send out the link to your stream. And we cannot go through the trial without you, my entire family. So thank you guys. Thank you to Patriot's family. It's Patriot Act, Patriot AC, Patriotic.
You're actually,
I love that. I pinned that comment to the top.
you're actually complete. Your testimony, Ms. Alberts. Complete.
Thank you.
All right, so but let's let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while, so we got you coffee and bagels. So.
Oh, they got coffee and bagels for the jury.
Okay.
That's kind.
Rise to the jury.
So they're going to talk about
Fold your
something.
notebooks up, please. Fold your notebooks and leave them on the chair, please.
Leave your notebooks on the chairs, please. They do lock up their notebooks at night. Report shows 4:55. Yep. Grand jury testimony says 5:55, and her February statement says 4:55. What do you think they're going to talk about? Could it be the Katie McLaughlin stuff? Let's see. Welcome to the jungle. It's like the jungle. Welcome to the jungle, everyone. Oh my gosh, we're in real time. Yay, we did it. All right, let's go to the chat while we're waiting. Hi, Mama Fig. Thanks for your super chat. What about the Post-it notepad that stenographer passed to Julie at Sidebar? The Post-it notepad. I don't know. I didn't see that. Anybody know anything about that? Scott, thanks for your super chat. Thank you for the eyes of the world. for the late Officer John O'Keefe. Yes. Prayers and justice for Officer John O'Keefe. As always. Thank you, Scott. Megan, thank you for your super chat. Thank God she isn't smacking a piece of gum today. Somebody must have told her to spit out that gum. I mean, I've known judges. There was a judge in Brooklyn who wouldn't let female attorneys wear pants in the courtroom. Okay. So if some attorney came in chewing gum, they would be yelled at to get the gum out of their mouth. Or sometimes in the trial part, even in Nassau County, here in New York, if you walked up to when they would call the cases that were ready for trial, if you walked up there with your overcoat on, the judge would say, take your coat off. What do you think this is, a bus station or something like that? Chewing gum would never fly. Thank you, Denise, and thank you, Jean Marie, for becoming new members. Welcome.
15-minute break for...
Lamo, I agree with you. Says you can tell the difference when a lawyer believes in their case and when they don't. Lally does not have that passion here at all. I agree. Bradl's at the sidebar too. I don't know what that's about. Bradl's another local attorney, right? Is that Aidan's attorney? Hi, Jill. Can the jury talk about the case? Well, on the bagel break, they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to talk about the case amongst themselves until the trial's over and they're deliberating. If you have not seen the Amazon Prime show called Jury Duty, please go watch it. Not right now, but later. It's hilarious, heartwarming. And it's about a guy who thinks he's on jury duty. But what really is going on is that everyone in the courtroom and the courthouse is an actor, all the other jurors, all the attorneys, the judge, but he thinks he's really on jury duty, and it's hilarious. And so much of that show was unscripted because they never knew how this guy was going to react during the day. So they had to kind of go with the flow. And it's crazy, good, funny. Thank you on top for your super sticker. Anybody who's watched Jury Duty on Amazon Prime, just put it in the chat what you thought about that show. I want to go back and watch it again. It's about 8 episodes, I think. So funny. Hi, Warrior. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you for everything. You're helping me recover after falling off my deck on my birthday. LOL, it hurts to laugh, but this is too funny. Oh my goodness, did you get rib fractures? Is that why you can't laugh? I'm so sorry. Happy birthday. That's terrible. And stay safe out there. I hope you recover soon. Sending all the healing vibes to you, Warrior. Carrie Ann, thanks for the super chat. I'm a trial paralegal in civil cases. We spend a lot of time prepping clients for depots and trial. Is Lally allowed to do that here? Yes. In fact, that's part of his job, is prepping witnesses for trial. So I don't know why it feels like these witnesses have not been prepped. But yes, I am also a civil litigator, and I would prep my clients relentlessly before their depositions and thoroughly. David says, thanks, David, for the 10 spot. I'm just here for all the Grateful Dead lyrics. Yeah, set up like a bowling pin. That's my lyric for this morning. Wake up to find out that you are the eyes of the world, and we will get by. We will survive. So that's just 3 that I can come up with off the top of my head. Thanks, David, for that. Blessed Mom in Texas, thanks you. Thank you for the super chat. 10 spot. Julie admitted her son was in 34 Fairview on January 29th after midnight, so he was in the house. So her and her hubby lied. Well, they're claiming, I think, that he left before John O'Keefe did not arrive. See what I'm saying? So that he couldn't have been there when he was, as such, alleged to have been murdered. Now, in his opening, Yannetti said that Karen backed into John 60 feet. She went 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour, hit him with her Lexus, throwing him 8 to 10 to 12 feet onto the lawn, depending on which first responder you believe, and left him there to die in the cold at 12:45 a.m. We're going to find out, because those of us who know that Karen was already home by 12:41, because there's a voicemail message of her. You could hear her heels clicking on the driveway floor. So I think their timing's off on the 12:45, but the timing about when Colin left 34 Fairview is very much at issue. So that is what they're trying to get to here. And I think there's going to be some electronic evidence that is putting Colin in the house at a certain time. And it certainly shows consciousness of guilt when nobody ever mentioned in his family that he was there that morning and tried to keep him out of it. And then she's sending text messages to Courtney, Michael Proctor's sister, the day that Karen was arraigned, saying, I want to get your brother a thank you gift when this is all over. So there's a lot going on. Somebody says Godfather vibes. Yeah. Who's Fredo in this situation? It's crazy. Everyone had said Colin left Fairview before John arrived, right? Little cupcake. But in the beginning of this investigation, when they were naming who had been in the house that night, Colin's name was kept out of it. So all of the original witness statements that named all of the people that were inside the house, Colin's name was left out. And so were two other, I think, civilian witnesses, two girls. There was a Sarah, who was a nurse, and also a girl named Emily. And you don't hear a lot about Emily. I don't know if she's on the witness list, but I submit to you that it may have been intentional that some of the people's names were never mentioned, that they were in the house at the time or at all that evening. David, thank you so much. Happy birthday. David says, thanks for the super chat. Tomorrow's my birthday. I hope I don't fall off my deck. How about stay off your deck tomorrow? And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hello, Hannah. This is my first live chat, but I've been checking in with Melanie for a while. So stoked for the fun vibes and the dead lyrics too, David. It's so fun here, Hannah. Welcome. Welcome to the jungle. We have a lot of lyrics, not just dead lyrics, but we do have a lot of deadheads in chat. And for those of you who don't know, my friend, Jeremy, who's a producer for the NFL Network, has just started, and he came on my show one time because he wanted to see what the back channel of YouTube looks like. So you guys know who Big Steve is? Big Steve Parrish, who has, he was a roadie, I think, for the Grateful Dead or a guitar tech for Jerry Garcia or something, but he's part of the Grateful Dead family for many, many, many years. He's got a Sirius XM radio show on the Grateful Dead channel. He started a YouTube channel, and they go live. I forget what day it is, but it's at 4:20. I think it's on Thursdays, maybe. So check it out. Big Steve has a channel. Maybe I'll drop the link in here if I can find it. And they do a live show. So if you are a Deadhead, go check it out. I remember back in the day going to Worcester to see the Grateful Dead. Foxborough Stadium. One summer, they did a tour there, and it was so freaking hot. They had to hose people down on the floor. It's crazy. Effing hippie. The damage to the taillight is a fairly simple physics equation. They need that velocity impact. At impact, yeah. I thought that too. I thought that, I'm thinking, why 60 feet? Why 24.2 miles per hour? Why 8 to 10 to 12 feet onto the lawn? And I thought, oh, they reverse engineered that. They had to reverse engineer the calculations based upon their theory that there's 45 pieces of taillight found, and how far his body was found on the lawn, how far he would have been thrown. So I don't know about that, but happy Mother's Day to everyone. Mother's Day is Sunday. For those of you who did not get your cards, go. Because if you try and go Sunday morning, you're going to have people ripping cards out of your hands. It becomes a free-for-all in the card shop or the CVS or wherever you buy your cards. Martha says, yes, happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Being a mom is one of the hardest jobs you'll ever have, but it's also the most rewarding. Kim's from Worcester. James is seeing the Stones in Foxborough on May 30th. That's going to be a great show. Mick Jagger still brings it every single time. I don't know how old he is now. He's got to be, 75 or older? That guy is still an amazing performer, and I would go see the Stones any and every single time. I'm taking this down. I have it up just so we can know when they come back, but that is so annoying. Chrissy Cosgrove says, John knew once he got into the house that these people weren't his friends. I believe John was taken into the library to discuss what John knew. John wouldn't tell all and taken to the basement, and that's where there was a fight. That is Christy, I'm sorry, I called you Chrissy. Christy's theory. Melanie, I love your taste in music. I've been listening to classic rock since I was born because of my father, and I still do. Skinner, Journey, Bob Seger, Tom Petty, and Stevie Nicks are my faves. Hi, Team Brittany. Kurt wants to know what time, so see if he can come up on the panel. How about, let's say 1 o'clock, because that's when they break for lunch. And then he can come and entertain. Tell him I will, Kurt, I'll text you the link, the link to the StreamYard. It's just too hard when I'm doing a live show and live commentary to entertain guests and have other people talking because I talk so much. So let's say like a little around 1, whatever time they break for lunch. It is now on the East Coast. Oh, and he's also in a different time zone. So we're going to say 1 Eastern, or just keep checking back to see what time they break for lunch. Ted Daniels just reported that Aidan's attorney, Tim Bradl, is there because the prosecution has requested that Aidan be removed from the courtroom. Okay. Why? Are they afraid of him? The witnesses? Really? Because there's other journalists there that should be more afraid, that they should be more afraid of than him. But I like to keep the side drama out of the chat and off the channel. So there's enough of it going on out there. Trust me. Crystal says it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I need another drink. Why didn't Aidan? I don't know. F and Hippie, thanks for the 5. Wow, small world. Pretty sure I just started working with Jeremy's brother-in-law. We talked about the podcast. That's so funny. That is so funny. He was on my show one day. We did a show about Riley Strain because he knows that I have a show. And he was telling me that he was going to start this thing up with Big Steve. And, I was sworn to secrecy. And so I didn't talk about it. And that's so, so funny. It is a small world. Are you on the West Coast? That's very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Donna Nealon, for being a member for 4 months and for appreciating my expert analysis. Very, very cool. Kim says there are witness intimidation charges against Aidan, and some of the witnesses are testifying today. All right. Well, the judge is so, intent on like not wasting the jury's time and getting everything done quickly and, wanting all of this done toot sweet. But today she's taking her sweet time. My name's Kenny. Kenny says, I think they attacked John when he leaned down to take off his second shoe. He was a big guy, so they needed him to be unaware. Yeah, that's another theory. Risa May says, was out to lunch yesterday at a bar or restaurant in Boston and was surprised the trial wasn't on at least one TV. I remember the OJ trial was always on in public places. That's right. And remember that court TV was a thing. And I remember this, back to the Grateful Dead, because Jerry Garcia died in August of 1995. And that was around the same time that the OJ trial was going on. And I think the verdict was in like September or October of 1995. And it was everywhere. And court TV had it on. And then for a period of years, court TV went away and it just wasn't a thing anymore. But I remember watching, I think Vinnie Politan was on court TV all the way back then. And he's back on court TV now. So it did go away for a while and then it came back. So I guess, did people like stop watching trials? Nobody cared anymore. And now we are watching trials again. Ted Daniels says that the prosecution is still trying to kick Aidan out of the courtroom. And Team Brittany says, please keep the chat classy, people. Thank you. M says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This whole trial is a farce. The more people that start to cover it, the more people are feeling that way, including many, many lawyers who are now jumping on the crazy train and are just appalled by this. But then you see there's some other people out there who think that this is going really well for the Commonwealth. And I don't understand how they think that, but they do. Boston Mom says, the fact that Jen McCabe texted John 4 times asking where he is very suspicious. Why didn't she just assume he decided not to come over and leave him alone? Right? Or was she trying to craft an alibi for herself? I don't know. Or did he already come in and she didn't know because she was in the kitchen where people tend to be during parties? I don't know. Maureen, good morning. If you're just joining, court's on a break right now. We're looking at the fan. I have it up on the other screen. We're waiting for them to come back. There's something going on in the courtroom. Maureen says Vinny was. That is when I first started watching him. Got hooked on trials. Been watching many since then. I love justice. I love justice too. Somebody saying that Ted Daniels was the one to be removed? Julia? I don't know. But if anybody is on Twitter and is watching what's happening, hit the thumbs up, says Cheyenne. Thank you very, very much. Good morning, Sean Landers. Says good morning, beautiful people. Angela says that they think, those people that are thinking the Commonwealth is doing really well, thinks that the picture of Chris and Julie on the lawn of John O'Keefe portrays Chris and Julie as good friends. What? Rachel Ann says, I heard some talking heads say they found Julie Albert to be very credible. Like, are you confusing her with Karina? Maybe. I think Karina and her husband, Nicholas, were the most credible witnesses so far, and they've got no skin in this game. And they were not having any of it. They weren't going to not tell the truth. And we went over Karina's statement yesterday, or what the Commonwealth said that Karina's statement said in like 4 different motions. And she testified to none of that. It was crazy, the difference between what the Commonwealth thought she was going to say and what she really did say. Like, for example, in her statement that Proctor wrote, or Buchanan, one of them, it says that Karina observed Karen to be drinking vodka sodas. She never said that in her testimony when she swore to tell the truth. She said she was drinking a clear liquid. She didn't know what it was. They also said, the Commonwealth, in their motion papers and in the statement taken by Proctor or Buchanan, that Karina said that Karen was angry because she never got something about the mother-in-law never giving them time alone. And if it wasn't for the kids, they would have a great relationship. We went over all that yesterday and pulled up the actual paperwork and looked at the actual receipts, but that's not what she said. In fact, Karina testified, or her husband testified, that Karen and John were so lovey-dovey and affectionate that his wife said to him, why can't you be like that with me? And Karina also said that they had a vacation planned in the future. And they were, and Karen was looking forward to it. And that she was singing John's praises all night about what a great dad he is to his niece and nephew, who he took guardianship of or adopted when his sister tragically passed away. And then his sister's husband passed away like 2 months after his sister passed away. So he had been raising those children for 8 years. I also saw a court order yesterday come out that the children's testimony is not to be televised. And it is not to be, the children are not to be named. So on the day when the kids come into court to testify, there will be no cameras up for that day. Katie K, Melanie, what, if any, are your thoughts on potential jury tampering? I'm worried the Commonwealth has no other option to win this. I can't speak to that. I don't know. I don't know anything about the jury other than I think it's 10 women and 7 men. So I don't know anything about any jury tampering. Oh, is Duty Ron here? Hi, Duty Ron. Aiden is stating Bradl's there on an unrelated case. I don't know. Audio. There is no audio going to be allowed either when the children testify. No audio and no video. And we're going to have to rely on people live tweeting from court, and they're not allowed to say the children's names. And we also don't know what day they're coming in. And I don't really know why they need to drag the children into this. I don't think it's going to be helpful. I think it's going to be traumatic for them. No, not even audio. Yeah, Little Cupcake says, oh, good, I agree. I agree. I don't think they should bring the children in at all to testify about what they heard Karen and John fighting in the week before or the months leading up to his death. Jimmy says, I thought one of the really young EMTs was very credible. The one who heard the F word. Which one was that? It's such a weird, it's so weird, the order of the witnesses that they're calling. Like calling everyone from Canton PD and making them look like they were incompetent and they did a completely incompetent investigation. And now everyone knows that the crime scene was unsecured from the time that, at least from the time that Julie Albert got to the house, which she says was around 8:30 or 9 a.m. Until the CERT team got there sometime in the evening. So it was completely open to the public, completely unsecured. Why open with incompetence? It makes no sense. I don't know. I heard somebody last night, an attorney, I think it was on Young Jerks, talking about how everyone that testified should be fired like right away. Just fire them. Like, this is just insane. Dorothy says, I'm wondering the reason Mrs. McCabe said to Karen Reed, you're coming with me, is to make sure Karen didn't go to the Alberts. Maybe something was planned for John at the Alberts. I don't know. We're all kind of trying to figure out what she meant by that, because Karina said she overheard it. Barry says, how was Julie planning on leaving the donuts in a locked vehicle? Does she have keys to her nephew's car? I don't know. A lot of people leave their cars unlocked. And my father's keeper says, I'm glad that at least Ted Daniels is reporting what's going on. It's crazy. All the side drama that's happened in this case is crazy as well. Oh, and that reminds me. Yeah, Young Jerks hit 10K. We're bumping up on 40,000 subscribers here. So if everyone would just do me the pleasure and the favor and grace me with just hitting the subscribe button right below. It's free. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. And we're bumping up on 40K. So I would like to get there. And that would be so fun. Thank you, Duty Ron, for coming in with the big $50 super chat. Says Melanie, thank you and your community for all of this amazing coverage from an experienced trial lawyer's perspective. Honored to call you a true friend. Oh, you're my true friend too, Duty Ron. And if you don't subscribe to Duty Ron, you should. He's retired NYPD. And he has a YouTube channel. And he does a lot of things from the, all of his shows are from a police perspective. And his partner, Ed Wallace, is a forensics expert. And they're a real class act over there, which is kind of hard to find over here in this rough, tough YouTube world of, there's a lot of hate and there's some classy people, and Duty Ron is up there with the classiest of the classy. So I hope your shoulder's feeling better, my friend. Oh, thanks, Lori, for gifting 5 memberships. And to those of you who are randomly selected to receive them, I have no control over that, but YouTube randomly distributes them. So that is really cool. Carrie Ann says, for second-degree murder, does the jury have to believe Karen knew she hit John? Second-degree murder involves intent. So yeah, they're also giving a manslaughter charge. So it's kind of like the jury's being given a choice, second-degree murder or manslaughter, which is interesting. So they're going to be able to find either. But so far, I haven't seen any evidence that John was hit by a car. Haven't seen it. As far as we know, there are no lower body injuries. There are no torso injuries. There are no leg injuries. He's got injuries to his right forearm and his right upper arm, as we saw in the autopsy photos that were shown during the first witnesses. And some boxer's fractures to both hands, but there are no injuries other than that below the neck to the torso and or the legs. So I'm having a real hard time here with any evidence that he actually did get hit by a car. And that's just me. And I'm feeling less and less in the twilight zone every day when I hear other people covering this case and saying the same thing. Finally. Just a Witch, thank you for your super sticker. Just a Witch, another super chat. Thanks for the 10. I believe Karen didn't go in because of Higgins. And Higgins said something to John about Karen, and a fight broke out because because of a jealousy. Yeah, because of a jealous man. Being a jealous man, maybe you're trying to say. That could be. I think a lot of people think that too, because remember, there's also a text message from Higgins to Karen at the Waterfall that says something like, well, right? And there's some testimony, or we haven't heard testimony yet, but there was a kiss between Karen and Higgins, and I don't think she's denying that, but nothing really happened. So maybe he was hot for Karen. I mean, he definitely texted her while they were at the Waterfall. So something was going on there. And the fact that the Commonwealth is bringing that out is only giving more ammunition to the defense to say, yeah, well, there was a jealous guy there. Danielle, thanks for being a member for 4 months, says Free Karen Reed. New Hampshire woman. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, Adam Montgomery is spending the rest of his life in jail. And that's refreshing news. And I see that Duty Ron covered the sentencing yesterday. It started right as soon as I ended the stream yesterday, and I just didn't have it in me to cover it. But I knew that Duty Ron would do it, and he did an amazing job, as always. Rick, thanks for your super chat. Thank you for the content. Hope you'll have such great audience after the trial, too. I've been watching you every day, all days of the trial. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. You guys are very loyal, and I love that about you. Katie says, thanks for the super chat, Katie. And the 10. Most witnesses so far seem disingenuous, and their answers are calculated. And listen, a lot of the first responders, I feel like, were honest. And, there's a lot, the solo cups, the the fact that Sergeant Good could go home, and shoot back to get at a leaf blower, because Gallagher thought it would be a good idea, but they couldn't go back to the precinct or the station to get any proper evidence collection materials is a little bit odd to me. Do they just want everybody to believe that the Canton PD is completely incompetent? I think that's what they're going for. And I don't think everyone is lying. I just think that they're not familiar with homicide scenes. And in fact, one of them said in his 30 or 35 year career that he had never, ever attended to a homicide scene before. And also had never, ever had a crime scene in the snow, which we found kind of hard to believe. It's crazy. Hi, Bernie. Thanks for coming in with the super chat. You're just absolutely fabulous. Wish you didn't have to put up with all the rubbish from people who should know better. Thank you. I think that some people are just mean people. And that's their nature. And it's kind of like a fly. If you don't give it oxygen, hopefully it'll just die and leave you alone. So it's strange. I didn't realize that these people exist, especially in this whole entire YouTube world. I didn't realize it was so hateful and drama filled, but here we are. Thank you, Maureen Francis. You're amazing. And thank you again for this morning. And Maureen coming in with the super chat. Morning, all. You will blast past 40K soon. Yay. Well, the fan is still going on, you guys. So I don't know what kind of business is going on in the courtroom right now, but let's see. We have some boots on the ground. Somebody says it is clear that that guy with 3 names with all the stickers on his laptop is getting inside information because he's been tweeting since before 8 a.m. that Aidan is going to get kicked out of the courtroom. This guy's mother is Wendy Murphy. So that's interesting. They keep saying that I'm a mouthpiece for Karen Reed's team and that I'm getting paid by Karen Reed's team, but it seems like some people think that he may be a mouthpiece for the prosecution. Thank you, Mary, so much for the coffee donation. I appreciate you so very much. And thanks, Joan, also for thanking me and for doing what I do. Thanking me for doing what I do. Okay, they're coming back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court back.
Back on the record on the Reed matter.
All right, sort of a side issue in the Reed matter, so. The
A side
defendant and her
issue.
lawyers have been excused. Okay, so, why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Okay,
Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
all right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradl on behalf of non-party AIDAN KEARNEY, who for the record is present in the courtroom.
Hey, does Mr. Kearney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there.
Okay.
If that's all right, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, this is
So,
interesting.
Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses, before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge,
so.
if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I
Sure.
do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay,
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
sure, I'll.
Okay, I'm just going to stop to tell you that this man, Timothy Bradl, is the attorney for AIDAN KEARNEY, also known as Turtle Boy, who's sitting in the courtroom. He's been bringing attention to this case since, I don't know, sometime I think in 2023. He's written hundreds of blogs about it. And the Commonwealth has made a motion, apparently, to get him out of the court, to remove him from the courtroom. I don't know if it was on paper or just orally. And he says that he's not only representing the Commonwealth, but he's also representing the witnesses, Lally says. And quite frankly, all of those witnesses have their own attorneys because they've been dragged into court on Rule 17 motions. So Lally doesn't represent those witnesses, and that's crazy. And there's apparently some witness intimidation charges against AIDAN KEARNEY for some of these witnesses. So they're trying to get him out of the courtroom. So let's go back and listen to this.
Hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Kearney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress. And that's-
Which is a case that I am in the middle of
Right.
that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press.
What?
Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court.
What?
So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today.
Wow.
On a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and you know there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Kearney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel.
Wow.
From the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor,
The world is watching. This is a shonda.
Mr. Kearney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Kearney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Kearney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Kearney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Kearney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Kearney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Kearney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is, again, trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Kearney.
That's true.
Because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Kearney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Kearney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case.
And a witness in this case, by the way.
At the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Kearney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradl, neither Mr. Bradl nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradl's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
How about Kearney? Did you serve it
So
on Kearney?
I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradl.
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradl, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at
Sure.
this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradl, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an
Okay, if
instance
you're
in
just
which
joining-
the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr.
Okay, if you're just joining, this is a wild turn of events. Okay, the Commonwealth has served a 6-page motion before today on the Associated Press only, apparently, to get AIDAN KEARNEY out of the courtroom. But he did not serve his attorney. They know he's represented. AIDAN KEARNEY is a journalist / blogger who's brought a lot of attention to this case by publishing at least 350 articles on this case. He's got a press pass. He's sitting in the courtroom today. Apparently, 2 days ago, Lally served a 6-page motion only on the Associated Press. There's been no indication of whether he served that motion on AIDAN or definitely didn't serve it on his attorney, because his attorney, Tim Bradl, happens to be in the courthouse today on a different matter. And so now Lally is getting up to argue in front of the judge why they should kick a credentialed member of the media out of this courtroom. And Bradl has said this is raised judicata ×2, meaning this has already been decided in front of another judge. It's already been decided in front of Judge Krupp. And it's been ruled against the Commonwealth that he needs to stay away from this courtroom. So I don't know what the judge is going to do. This is out of the blue and bizarre. So let's hear Lally's argument for why he thinks the judge should throw AIDAN KEARNEY out of the courtroom without proper notice on his attorney, or apparently even AIDAN himself. But he did serve it on the Associated Press 2 days ago.
Kearney not be allowed to cover the case, or that he not be allowed to watch the trial.
Can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case, or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern.
witnesses?
The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradl?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality. under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what?
So what? Can somebody tell me what witnesses he's accused of intimidating? Who I'm not following all of this side stuff. I have enough going on trying to just cover this case in and of itself. Can somebody tell me which witnesses specifically that AIDAN Kearney is charged with intimidating? Allegedly? If anybody knows, please put it in there. Jen McCabe? Brian Albert?
The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chestnut trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradl?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradl, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client.
You're going to excuse him or you're going to kick him out? During every percipient witness. Wow. Hello, Massachusetts, say goodbye to your First Amendment rights. You've already had a 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse for anybody who wants to support the defense, because there's nobody out there protesting for Karen Reed to go to jail. They're not out there. So she's excusing him, she says. Excusing him. In other words, kicking him out during the testimony of Aidan Kearney, if you're just tuning in, Julie Nagel, Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Yuri Buchanek, and Proctor. But he's credentialed, so for any of the other witnesses that are testifying, he's allowed to be in the courtroom. Massachusetts, wave goodbye to your First Amendment rights. And there is no right for the press in Massachusetts either, so.
Has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today.
Kearney.
For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
at the
right.
same address.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. So those are my findings, Mr. Bradl.
10 witnesses.
It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay. All right. Thank you for being here.
Okay, have a nice day.
All right. So
Thank you
I'll
very
take a
much.
short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Oh, so defense attorneys and Karen were out of the courtroom during that whole debacle? Hello, Massachusetts. Say goodbye to the First Amendment and say goodbye to freedom of the press and say goodbye to everything that we hold dear as Americans and the Constitution of the United States of America. So, Kurt, I'm going to have you up when they break for lunch. So if you haven't been watching, I know you're a constitutional law expert, and I would love to hear your thoughts on the constitutionality of what we just saw happen in this Massachusetts courtroom, because I am outraged. I am outraged. They have just ejected Aidan Kearney, who she can't even seem to pronounce his name right. She knows exactly how to pronounce his damn name. Kicking him out of the courtroom for 10 of the percipient witnesses in this case because he has reported on them and they chose to file witness intimidation charges against him that are still pending. Remember, innocent until proven guilty and all that kind of stuff that we're supposed to actually believe in the United States of as such America in which we live. Kurt, I'm sending you the StreamYard link now. So if you can come in as soon as we hit the lunch break, that'd be so cool. Just let me know that you got it because I have do not disturb up on my computer. This is outrageous. Just when you thought this trial couldn't get any crazier, there's this woman apparently named Lindsay Gattani who people think maybe perhaps as such the Commonwealth was in cahoots with to actually get Aidan Kearney incarcerated. He spent 60 days in jail for reporting on this case. And she filed charges after perhaps luring him to her house. I really don't know the whole story, and I really don't want to get into the whole story. But this sort of ties into the personal attacks that I've been getting for covering the Karen Reed case, because somebody thinks that I am a sock puppet account on Twitter named Haley Walbrecht. I am not on Twitter. I went off of Twitter. And this Haley Walbrecht account released some documents regarding this woman, Lindsay, that has to do with this side drama with Aidan Kearney. So I have been publicly accused by this guy, Grant Smith Ellis, who is sitting in the courtroom with all those stickers in on his computer that was doing a dance, who claims to be in law school, publicly threatening to have me disbarred for releasing these documents that have nothing to do with me, that I did not do. I don't even know who this Lindsay woman is if it wasn't for all of this nonsense that's going on. He's been publicly calling for people to have me disbarred, me, Melanie Little, naming me in all of his horrific tweets. So this whole Lindsay drama is now affecting me personally. And I didn't even know who this woman was. The McAlberts, who people call the McAlberts, the McCabes and the Alberts, since there was a stay away order between Aidan Kearney and this woman, Lindsay, they started bringing Lindsay to court. as like a human shield so that AIDAN could not come into court because he had a stay away order against him for these charges that have still not even been adjudicated on, that he spent 60 days in jail for. They had sentenced him to 90 days, but then they realized that that was unconstitutional. So they let him out after 60 because he wouldn't plead guilty to these trumped up maybe charges. So Grant Smith Ellis is out there calling for my disbarment because I don't know, is he in love with this girl, Lindsay? I have no idea. I don't care. But when you go out there and you're a law student and you are publicly attacking members of the bar in another state by doing horrific things like this publicly and trying to damage my public reputation based on false allegations that in your delusional world you think are true, that's a problem. And he should never be admitted to any bar anywhere. And the fact that they're letting him sit in that courtroom after what he's done to me personally is disgusting. Disgusting. And I am outraged. The public accusations that he has made against me, criminal accusations, go look through his Twitter feed. You'll find them. But he didn't take them down. I gave him an opportunity to take them down and he didn't do it. And he's still sitting in that.
All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience.
And
Your
Wendy
next
Murphy
witness,
is his
Mr.
mother.
Lally.
You might know who
Yes,
she
Your Honor.
is.
The call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
She's a woman who has publicly called for Karen to be assaulted sexually in prison and can't wait until she gets there for it to happen to her. This is the disgusting filth that we are dealing with in this case. And it's gotten personal. My TED Talk is over. No, Kurt, after when we break for lunch.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live?
Norwood,
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
about a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton,
How long had you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road,
And how long did you live at that house?
about 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes,
What's your husband's
Brian Albert.
name? Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
When did he
About 30
retire? Does
years.
anybody know?
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin,
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military,
And which branches?
the Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Mhm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but
And around that date of, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what, if anything, sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
For those of you who don't know, yes, this witness, Nicole McCabe, is the sister of Jen McCabe and the wife of Brian Albert McCabe. Brian Albert McCabe, the wife of Brian Albert, the sister of Jen McCabe, and owner of 34 Fairview.
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there, as far as how he went from
I
Canada to New York?
believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the Waterfall. When you get to the Waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in. I believe to the left there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table, and we ordered food, and just hung out for a little bit. Had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe after, so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, but I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you, or did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, it's John O'Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple of years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
No.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Reed?
At one point, John walked by, towards me and my sister, my daughter at the table and said, hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything? And we said, no, thank you. I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say the Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Again, the Commonwealth trying to prove not that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, but that someone else did nothing to John O'Keefe because he wasn't wearing a puffy jacket that Timothy Nuttall, first responder, insisted that he was wearing, that there were no injuries to his face, and that his clothes did not have any bites or tears on them. They have not shown one shred of evidence that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, other than a witness who may have perjured herself claims that Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. To which Karen said, she did say that. She admitted that on television, but it was a did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Some of the other first responders testified to that. But Lally instead, because he's a complete moron, just going to say at this point, a complete moron, is asking this witness if he had a puffy jacket, if he had any injuries to his face yet, and if his clothing was shredded yet. Okay? So that's what he's been asking every witness. He's got a script. He's been asking all the civilian witnesses the same exact questions. And he asked all the first responders the same exact questions in the same exact order, as if he's written them down on a Word document and is just reading them.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the Waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has two friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that. And she was like, okay, and then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone's sitting.
What she did say so far is that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed have never been to her house before. So there goes that theory of Karen trying to drive there the next morning because she had no idea where it was. And the directions were on John's phone on his Waze app. So they've never been there before. She had no idea how to get there. And there's going to be more testimony about that when Jen McCabe takes the stand.
What that had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And
12:45? Not even close.
About what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the Waterfall back to your house on Thursday?
My husband drove the three of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of, getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major, just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah,
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his 2 friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian was driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really, no.
Do you recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house, when you were living there at 34 Fairview, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off.
Take your shoes
stuff
off.
like that.
You could take your
But
shoes off. You could take your
eventually-
shoes off. Did you hear her? She said it. You could take your shoes off. They have a shoeless house because you could take your shoes off when you came in through the foyer. Did John O'Keefe take his shoes off when he came into your house that night? Is that why he was missing a shoe when he was found out on the lawn? Is that why it took a really long time to find the other shoe? Let's take it back.
Usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off.
Take your shoes off.
Stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to. It was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever.
Take my shoes
But
off.
some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And
Ramble on.
that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home.
Did you see him walk out the door? Why would he go out the front door instead of going out the side door, which was closer to the driveway? Why are you bumping into Colin in the foyer? We're going to take that back. This is important.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to. It was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever.
Mhm.
But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
Because it was wet out.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
A couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
That was not a verbal response. The court reporter cannot take down a nod or a shake of the head. She needs a verbal response there. So you saw him leave the home or you didn't?
You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you come?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen, but then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? Or anything
No, it's
separating them?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as a wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And
Kids are in the kitchen, which is in the back of the house, by the
when
way.
you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie. What are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
Were they drinking?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
KBL, like
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I, said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
They had ordered food. Okay, DoorDash enters the chat. Where'd they order the food from? This is new information.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah, yep.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband, and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes?
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of congregates?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there?
Did it again. Swipe myself out. Hold on. I'm swiper. Keep swiping. We have to go back. StreamYard needs to get their act together. Just hang on a second. I swiped myself out. Hold on. Yeah, they got to me. They got to me. All right. There is going to be some issue about where Higgins parked because I think Higgins said that he was parked by the mailbox. And that's going to come into play when Karen Reed pulls up with John in the car. If he was parked by the mailbox, then Tristan's testimony, I mean, not Tristan, Ryan Nagel's testimony is going to come into play. So there was just a little bit of a break. And here we are back with Nicole, also known as Coco Albert, testifying about what was going on that night. She's cleaning up. There was some food that had been delivered.
Your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along. About how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes?
15 to 20 minutes later.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody's?
Miss McCabe is her sister. It's so weird that he's calling her sister Miss McCabe when he's talking to her about her sister, right? Trying to distance them maybe so the jury's not picking up on all the family connections here. It's really weird.
Sort of
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And,
no drinking.
About how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home. About how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from Waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
Oh.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Huge, huge, huge. They lied earlier about when Caitlin left the house. Someone point this out to me. She's now saying Caitlin was the last one to leave the house. She didn't leave until 2. Her boyfriend picked her up. Tell me, my friends who are so familiar with this case, because we've been covering this for so long and going over all of the witness statements, what time did they originally say that Caitlin left? Because her mom is not going to lie. And her mom says that Caitlin was the last to leave and she left around 2 a.m. When the Commonwealth theory is that Officer O'Keefe was hit and killed and left for dead at 12:45 a.m. And yet everybody who left, all of the 11 to 13 people or however many people left after 12:45 and nobody saw a 217-pound, 6'2" man's body on the lawn. She's not lying for anybody. Her daughter was the last to leave. Tell me what time they said originally Caitlin left, you guys. It was way earlier than that, right? It wasn't 2 a.m. No, it wasn't. 12:30. I thought it was that she said she left somewhere around 12:30. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Somebody said that Jen McCabe and her sister Nicole, who's sitting on the stand right now, have been estranged since this happened. I don't know. Cannot confirm or deny, but that's interesting. Take
Probably
that back.
do this because
You know how it was that who was the last person that left?
my daughter, Caitlin.
And you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question.
Why? Why are you? First of all, it's the Commonwealth's witness. Okay. Was it Ms. McLaughlin that objected, or was it Ms. Little who objected? Maybe Ms. Little is going to be crossing her, and that's why it was her objection. I'm not sure, but it sounded like Ms. McLaughlin to me. So I'm not sure. I think it's Little. Okay. All right, cool. If it is, then that's okay.
Question, Mr. Lally?
At our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay,
It's hearsay.
I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally?
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, who was let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
Like just paying
I
attention.
believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband have both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes. Yes, sorry.
where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laughing, talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, to Brian, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained. So no conversation. And Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And,
So that has to be a
Sorry.
yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
and at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you've talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to you?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Until what? Until this case was on YouTube and you started watching the motions and getting more into this case. That's when you found out about Jen texting everybody how to get to your house. That's interesting. That's interesting because she said she kind of whispered it to Jen, like, oh, if you want to come over for cake or whatever, celebrate Brian's birthday. She did not intend to invite everyone at the table, but Jen did.
A bit about
Take that back.
In the other room with my husband and I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
So what she just said, that all those text messages that Jen made to John, like pull up behind me, telling him how to get there, that's when those text messages were made or those phone calls were made, is when she was in, what did she say, the living room with Higgins and her husband looking at pictures and wedding pictures. So that timeline needs to match up.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the Waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the Waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual, just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing, we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster. So a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake. He was just lying in bed watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything?
I do not.
Remember any butt dials?
You fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning on the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my.
Hold on. The butt dialing. There was a phone call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, right? Around 2:22 a.m. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. And then they claimed at the motions that both of them testified that it was a butt dial. One butt dialed one, the other one butt dialed the other. And yet he said that they were having intimate relations at that time. And that's why Brian Albert said they were having intimate relations. Right. And that the phone must have been on the bed or something. And he butt dialed Brian Higgins back. There was no actual phone call, which we know now that there was. They were supposedly having she says she went upstairs. They went to sleep. That's what she just said. There was no sexy time going on for her. Okay. So let's take that back because that's what she just said. She's not lying for anybody. My heart is kind of breaking for her right now because I feel like she's telling the truth to the best of her ability. And maybe she didn't know if something happened. Maybe she never saw any. Let's listen.
Of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning on the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And
Did you have any intimate
on
relations?
that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children. Something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection.
Okay, let her ramble on. Ramble on, lady. Ramble on, Rose, because you're just giving us all kinds of juicy information. Because she's saying sometime between 6 and 6:30 a.m. That's a very wide swing. We know the 911 call was at 6:04 a.m. She just told us that they leave the door unlocked so anybody can get in at any time because people kept losing the keys, whatever. That's how Jen got in. The door was unlocked. They leave it unlocked. He's out in the snow. He's out in the snow. She's thinking it's one of her kids, and neither she nor her husband go outside at any point. Okay? There were also 2 phone calls that we're going to hear about from Jen McCabe to this woman, her sister, earlier. And she did speak on the phone with her sister. So she's saying she first woke up. Okay, I take back what I said before, that she was being truthful, because I don't think so. Because they spoke on the phone before she even came in. Okay?
okay. And he's out in the sat up in bed.
Describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children. Something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. You're set.
All right, next question.
Karen, if I may? Can we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. You can get hearsay in all you want. No rules of evidence for you, sir.
Let me back you up just for a second, and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on. What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something had happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the Waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could he be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer area would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank, or are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Lank at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection.
She saw the cruisers outside. Her original statement was, everybody was gone by the time I came downstairs. That's why we didn't go outside, because there was no activity outside. She just said she saw the cruisers. Anybody see what I'm seeing here? What time did Lank say that he walked in the front door? Lank just walked in, right? Lank testified about walking in or going in, that they invited him in. She says she threw on a sweatshirt. She comes downstairs. Lank's walking in the front door. And there's still a lot of cruisers outside. Taking it back.
Down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank, or are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Lank at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton Police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lank said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, well, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
They didn't sit at the table. Lank said they never left the foyer. Remember? Lank said they never left the foyer, that she and her husband sat on the stairs. Jen McCabe was standing right there too. Matt wasn't there yet, and he talked to them in the foyer. They never left the foyer. She's saying they sat at the table. A lot of conflicting testimony. Somebody said, I hope the jury's getting all this. They've got pads. They're taking notes. And if we're picking this up, you can bet they're picking it up too.
And Jen and Matt, she had called him or whatever.
Where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lank said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, well, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk about?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes.
45
Maybe, I'm not
minutes.
exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
Anybody
No.
sort of end the conversation? So the conversation is still ongoing to this current time right now? Did anyone sort of end the conversation at any point ever? This is like the worst questioning that I've ever seen.
Husband, or during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever
Or Matt?
end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No, no.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. You know, I'm asking Jennifer, like, you know, what happened? How did you end up here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as,
What?
may we approach this briefly?
Your Honor, may we approach, because I don't know how to get around a hearsay objection, Your Honor, and I really don't understand why you sustained that, and I don't know how to ask my question in a proper way that you'll let me ask it. So can you please help me?
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for in this case?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over to your house?
Yes, at some point, my friend Brian Higgins, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
My friend Brian Higgins.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry,
You don't ever give a witness a question like, what happened then? When you already know she's rambling on. You say, what happens then? You don't know what she's going to say, Lally. Trial lawyers, law students who are studying to be trial lawyers in any kind of moot court competitions or any kind of mock trial team, please learn from this. Never ask a witness an open-ended question like that. What happened next? Who knows what she's going to say now?
What happened then?
then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, "Oh."
Objection.
Okay, not what you said to, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house?
Yes.
you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm
An
not
hour or
sure.
two?
If you're not sure, you're not sure.
No, if you're not
So
sure, you're
as
not.
far as
Yeah, because he knows
people that
that
were-
Julie already testified she was there for a half an hour to 45 minutes before she went home to wake up her husband and bring him back to 34 Fairview. So she just said Julie was there for an hour or two. Getting interesting.
Julie at your house initially that
Um,
morning?
an hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as
It's already out.
people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Ms. McCabe bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, you had mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the Waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th into the 29th, it just started to snow, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interim?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated.
This is still direct. Brandy says, is this direct or cross? This is still direct of Nicole Albert, wife of Brian Albert, owner of 34 Fairview, and sister of Jennifer McCabe.
It was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
That's what we thought too, Kim, that they never left the foyer. That's what Lank said.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
Review them, and then.
8 photographs. Great.
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize those to be?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Okay. And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
You want to Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit?
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, somebody says with all leading questions, it's hard to tell direct from cross. You're right.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
She said John O'Keefe never came in the house. She never saw him come in the house. She didn't even invite him to the house, apparently. Lally flop, ooh lally flop, ooh lally. Bum bum bum.
It's been marked as exhibits 58, 59, 60, 63, and 64. And I'm going to direct your attention to this before you. It's a laser pointer. Just click on this button.
Mhm. Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, first, I'd just like to start with Exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
Please do, Mr. Lally. We represent the Lolliflop kids. The Lolliflop kids. The Lolliflop kids.
And Ms. Albert, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes,
And what do you recognize there?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here in between.
Were you on board with selling that house, Mrs. Albert?
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house, where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observe in that sort of left area of the yard?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that? in the ground?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it was or what it did.
So fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did?
No.
Okay, when were these photos taken? It looks like the snow is melted. Do we have any sort of foundation for this photo at all? Ever? Who took the photograph? When was the photograph taken? I don't know. Here in New York, we have to lay a foundation before a photograph such as like this is entered. We need to know who took it. We need to know when it was taken. We need to know if it's a fair and accurate representation of the way the house looked on the date of the actual murder, which obviously it didn't because the snow is already melting and everyone said it was a nor'easter that day. So what in the actual hell is this photograph and how is this even being shown to the jury? I do not know. I don't know. This is one big lolliflop after another. And I think Nicole regrets having to move too. I don't think she was on, sounds like she misses that house. She sounds a little, reminiscent about raising her 5 children there. And her husband grew up in that house. But they sold it within a year of this incident.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part of the yard that was used or utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Again, he's trying to defend the incompetence of the Canton PD's dispatch report, which put the scene at 32 Fairview. Do you see what he's doing? He's just trying to clean up the mess that was this investigation. He's introducing no evidence of Karen doing anything. He's just trying to clean it. How close was it to the property line of 32 Fairview?
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that. Is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Now, with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Can't see the driveway, Lally. Move on.
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's the whole vehicle. There's the whole exhibit. The whole exhibit list.
And again, Ms. Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, you see now sort of the driveway and where that is.
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The 2 garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically
Could have been 4. Let me think.
Around
think
20 of
4.
22, yep.
Who
Anytime.
would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
Did you have
I
a
had
Ford
my
Edge?
car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
Maybe it was an Escape.
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that
Yeah.
correct to say?
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Let's see the whole exhibit list again, shall we?
And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60?
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Shrek.
In relation to your property with the cruisers, when you open the door and saw them, if you could direct the jury's attention in this photograph.
I believe they were right here,
Oh,
somewhere here.
so when your husband said all the cruisers were gone, he was lying, right?
To the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you to do this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
Chantal
And so
Bueller.
Exhibit 63 up on the screen. If you could
Anyone?
describe the
Anyone Bueller?
part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
By the fire
Outside of the
hydrant.
general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
On pace. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah, the side door would be right here.
Yes. In fact, that's the spot where Jennifer Coffendorfer ran up to, scurried on up to take a picture, went right onto that little porch there, ran through the landscaping to the right of that door that looks like it goes into the garage, got up right next to that door on the left, snapped some pictures, then scurried away, ran away. And it was a pretty bold move, I got to say, because there were 2 cars in the driveway last week or the week before when she did that and posted it on the cesspool of Twitter. But yeah, I wish the witness would say that. Yes, that's where Jennifer Coffendorfer got up and took the picture where the new homeowners are living, and they were home apparently, and then posted it on Twitter. Or somebody posted a video of her on Twitter that came from the Ring doorbell camera from the people who currently own the home. She didn't post it. Those people who live there now have Ring doorbell footage of her doing that. And it's all over. You can find it, Google it later. Ridiculous.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep, that door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time, January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get 1 or 2 of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we had maybe put mine.
Okay. So if John O'Keefe has never been to the house before and they said, come up to the side door and he runs up and he goes in the door to the right, he's in the garage. Maybe that's why nobody saw him come inside the house, because he was inside the garage, not inside the house. I think I just cracked the case. We didn't know there was another door there that goes into the garage. He's never been there before. Anyone? Anyone? He went into the garage. Maybe that's why nobody saw him come in the house, or maybe it's semantics. Nobody saw him come in the house because he came in the garage. And they don't have any working Nest cameras on that day. So, just a thought.
In there because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach Ron?
Yeah.
He'd never been there before. Come to the side door. He runs up. He sees that door first. And he goes in that door.
Do we have any pets?
Yes.
Pets. Hold on.
Time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes.
And how many pets did you have?
We had one. We had a dog,
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She was a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that point?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How was that?
Well, she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is
Like-
it a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh, yeah, no, just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January of 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
Dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the back.
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. How long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe, the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, at some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident, January 29th, 2022, that you moved?
We moved in April of 2023.
And what, if any, plans or discussions were there in reference to
Objection.
moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, My husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
Really?
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. It's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it.
Yeah, sure. Let her ramble on to defend the McAlberts' decision to sell their house. Shortly after this incident, she said they moved in April of 2023, but I think the house went on the market something like, we looked at the Zillow listing several times, something like September of 2022. Officer O'Keefe was killed on the lawn January of 2022. And the judge is going to now let her ramble on and explain that they thought about selling their house before a dead police officer wound up on their lawn. Okay? People are saying they sold it under market value. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I would submit to you that it's hard to sell a murder house. And you can usually get a good deal on one. The fact that the judge is letting her ramble on about this is outrageous because this trial has become more about protecting the McAlberts and letting them explain themselves than it is about prosecuting Karen Reed and giving her a fair trial. Welcome to my TED Talk.
So we said maybe now is the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading question.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2022?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened.
Mm-hmm.
We had reached out to a realtor
we're defending
in
the
the end
Alberts
of
here.
21.
And the new owners are unaware of what had happened there,
Yes.
everyone's telling me. And they're mad. No wonder they sent the ring footage out with Coffinduffer on their front porch or front stoop, snapping pictures for the Commonwealth.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go, Eliza.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
Give her a mic.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from say 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yes. Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
There's video.
I saw them fooling around with each other. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
May I approach you for the recording?
Yes, so can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what are you doing
Should
with
we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just. Yeah.
if I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for
Oh,
identification.
sorry.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
She's trying to make Ms. Little look inexperienced, and
Little?
it's not a good look.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to
Come
tell.
over into the other individual who's sitting right next to him. I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm
spot
sorry, are we
anything-
taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Okay, what's your definition of highly trained? You realize that he sucker punched a couple guys in the face,
Oh,
right?
Military, correct?
yes.
Unprovoked.
Ms. Albert, your husband has boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means.
Well,
I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the Waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, would I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14. If you could pause. This video,
No, I don't.
do you see the woman that's in the, if you could pause. This video,
No, I don't.
do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right, so this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. You could play just for a little bit longer. Good pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
She left with a White Claw.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yep.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct? But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes. Yep.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
The Ford Edge has entered the chat. The Ford Edge. Brian Albert has a Ford Edge, my friends.
4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes. Yep.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
Yes.
No, there's no reason.
Go,
I was just trying to
Liza.
think of all the different cars.
Go, Liza.
We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Sustained.
Yes, it has.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw a
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Lucky the plow driver saw a Ford Edge.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your
vehicle
Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
What say you, my friends?
Where did your husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nicole was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
Must have went out the door.
First testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified, when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said
And
that.
shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house.
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving.
He said, my ride's on the
So I
way.
didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night.
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived.
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I
So you
didn't really
leave.
pay attention,
Got it.
but I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure.
Ah.
I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
He said his ride was on the way. Hold on, because now she never saw him leave. She never saw him leave. Never let him see you sweat, Coco. Never let him see you sweat. You're sweating now.
His ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention,
Didn't really pay attention.
but I assume he left.
But I assume he left. I assume he left. Assume, my friends. You know why you never assume? Because you make an ass out of you and me. I know you know what that's from because we've talked about this before. What old TV show that's from? Never assume because you make an ass out of you and me. But I assume he left. Now we're getting to the truth. We're getting a little closer to the truth
Because I never saw him again.
because I never saw him
You're
again.
not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep. About 70 pounds.
70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Bite history.
Does she?
Yes.
With dogs. A couple dogs, yes.
Oh, funny.
Robert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Why is that objectionable?
Ask that differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman who was dog it was, tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
She got
There were actually
injured.
2 individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was 2 women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were 2 women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert,
It had happened a few times. Hold on a second now.
Just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe.
An injury from
The other
Chloe.
one may have fallen or something,
Notice-
but I'm not sure.
Notice that she doesn't say
100%.
Chloe
there
bitter.
were 2 women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Same thing.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont.
Oh.
And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything,
Oh, really?
we know
Has
where
it?
she is.
Has it all
That
been given?
testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
No,
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
absolutely not. She opened the door.
Give me a proof.
She opened the friggin' door. She took a battering ram and she just battered open that door. I have testified this before. All the information has been given about where she is. I know where she is in Vermont. And guess who doesn't have that information? The defense. Lallygagging, I'm real sorry that you're gagging on this testimony because you didn't expect her to put it out there that you know where the damn dog is. Sorry, not a damn dog. Poor Chloe in Vermont. But let's take that back.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident. Let Chloe out. Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
May of 2022 is when the state grand jury was hearing the testimony to indict Karen Reed on murder charges. And when all of these folks were being subpoenaed to testify in front of the state grand jury, that was in May of 2022 because Karen was indicted on her upgraded charges in the beginning of June of 2022. See what's going on here? Okay. The timing is sus. AF.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont.
I
And
know where
that
she is.
Previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
We
That
know where she
testimony
is.
Given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, give me a proof.
Sure.
You can't save him now. You can't save him now, Judge. They have the information. They know where Chloe is, and it's never been given to the defense. They've been fighting for discovery for over 2 years. We're in the middle of trial, and you know where this dog is. And the defense never turned that. I mean, the prosecution, the Commonwealth never turned that over. And this witness just said, we know where she is. If you ever needed anything from her, meaning Chloe, we know where she is. I've testified about this before.
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a
from-
yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
hmm
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash. Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry. No.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Hold on, this is the federal grand jury. I want the date.
2023. Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
Yeah.
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
You were very specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
You told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family.
Yes.
room. Is that right? But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps.
Steps.
It's a poorly worded question. I will rephrase it. When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 34 Fairview first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
Oops.
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant?
Yeah, let's look
Sure.
at the statement. Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let's do it. I love when they get to look at their statement to refresh their recollection.
Page graph here.
Down hit 7? Or,
Actually, look up. Oh, how can I approach, Your Honor?
D-
Correct?
Yep.
Police report. Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that was conducted, correct?
Yep.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
is
yeah.
Your recollection, excuse me, is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
Do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but
Misconstrued?
I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure. It was more of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
Can I approach?
Yes.
So Lank lied. They were all interviewed together in a group, or he didn't write down the right thing. Nobody
Ms. Albert,
signed
do you deny
anything.
saying that to Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes.
He had
But
no notes.
I've always
Did he
said
take notes?
in any,
Ask her if he took notes. They claim they took no notes. They took no notes. They didn't record anything. They took no notes. They didn't handwrite a statement. She didn't sign anything. It's not written by her. It's written by him. It wasn't typed up until God knows when later. Lank was the friendly. Remember, long relationship with the Alberts, has been inserting himself in the Albert family business all the way going back to something like 2002 with the Lapalato brothers. I want to know if he took notes. Now she's making excuses for Lank? Really?
Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lank?
Do you deny saying that? She said.
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said in any other time I was questioned that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter.
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes,
Okay. Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
of course we discussed the case, but
Hold on. All right, got to hear the question again.
yes,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter.
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes,
Okay. Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
You and your family discussed this evening at length before interviews with law enforcement.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
of course we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
yep,
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
yes,
correct?
yep,
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lang.
yeah, yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got
Part
home.
of the
You
conspiracy?
never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct,
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
She just accidentally said after. Let's go back. After. They're not part of it. Part of what? The conspiracy? Hold on.
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out.
Afterwards, hanging out. Afterwards, after what? Afterwards from what?
From like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
The group that was there when? We saw she walked out of the bar with a White Claw around 11:58. She said it's about 5 minutes to her house. So why is 12:15 the pivotal moment in her mind of when she's asked who's there? She's probably home by 12:05. Why is 12:15 the pivotal time? Anyone? Bueller?
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct,
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
correct.
Why?
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
Of course you are.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
The question
But
was,
you never told Trooper Proctor
can you hear her
True.
questions? Because I'm going to repeat her question to you.
Objection.
you to have to tell the police what you didn't want your kids or your nephew
You didn't want your kids or your nephew
to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall because he left as soon as I walked in.
You didn't see him leave?
I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of them.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who is investigating this case to know the individuals who are leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Wow. What a great question that was. You didn't think it was important to tell Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Lank who was leaving at the exact time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at your house. Wow. Objection sustained. Snap. Excellent.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay.
Bombing into my bedroom.
Your Honor, if we could approach.
Excellent.
Okay, approach sidebar. Or you?
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
Coco's getting testy now. Coco's getting testy. She's going to be cross-examined with her phone records showing phone calls from Jen McCabe, her sister, outside to her that were answered by her. She said her sister bombed into her bedroom and that's what woke her up.
We're going, Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Everybody breathe. Take a deep breath. Let's do a little namaste. Namaste.
Photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Do you want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
Right up here.
Overlooking
So-
the scene.
Your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little? Or we can keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Pretty wide swing.
Have a moment?
Sure.
Very first thing she woke up because her sister came bombing into her bedroom sometime between 6 and 6:30.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the two calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Celebrite records indicated that you answered two calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
The,
7 and 6:08 a.m.
the objection sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
Yeah, ask her if that's her phone number. Did Brian answer your phone that morning? Inquiring minds want to know.
Ms. Albert, you received,
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before.
Her own phone records, Lally.
Thank you. May we approach?
Of course. Anytime something's bad for you, you need to approach so that the judge can help you with an argument to try and keep something very relevant out of evidence when it's being used to impeach this witness who just said the first time she woke up that morning was when her sister came bombing into her room. She first said it was between 6 and 6:30, but then when Ms. Little asked
All
her
right, so let's mark one for identification.
about a video of her being woken up or Jen McCabe going in the house at 6:45, she changed her testimony to say, yeah, may have been 6:45 when I first woke up. Now she's being cross-examined about 2 phone calls from her sister that the defense says were answered at 6:07 and 6:08. Hear ye, hear ye.
And you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with Ms.
Don't instruct
Albert.
her. Don't patronize her.
Thank you.
And you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Let's see if I let it in.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were
With-
placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
9 seconds.
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Okay. All right. What do you think she's going to be doing at lunch, Nicole Albert? My friends, this was spicy.
Goodbye.
It is 1:20 now here, so I'm assuming they're coming back at 2. We have lots to discuss. That was whack. Was that whack? Did Brian answer her phone? It was 7 seconds and 9 seconds. That was crazy. Let's go to the chat. Thank you, Carol, for your super sticker. And thanks, Big Boy, for telling me it's back on. I guess that was a while ago. Thanks for the super chat. Court TV is usually a couple of seconds behind, but it's okay because I keep stopping. We're usually behind anyway, so don't start freaking out when we're a little bit behind. And also the audio is better on Court TV. Good morning, Maureen. Thank you so much for the super chat. Just a witch. Thanks for the super chat. Have you seen Attorney Bettero's take on this case where you're both doing a phenomenal job? Love it when you do our Massachusetts accent. I have seen him. I like him a lot. He's also a New York City attorney. He's a criminal defense lawyer. Carol says, good luck, Karen Reed, and sends a super chat. Thank you. B. Cal, thank you for your super sticker. Susan Lopez sent me a Venmo with a question when I have time. Okay. All right. Susan says, I have a question. When Katie and Mike were testifying, I think you mean Mike Camerano, Mike said his wife called him and said John was missing and to pick up the kids. Katie said she was told by Jen, I think, that they were transporting him to the hospital. And that's when she called her husband. Big difference. Oh, you're not talking about Katie McLaughlin. You're talking about Catherine Camerano. Okay. I'm going to read this again, keeping those names in mind of Catherine and Mike Camerano. You guys may remember, I think they testified a couple days ago. Michael Camerano was the friend who went with John O'Keefe to the bar. Hi, Kurt. Give me one sec. So the question is, when Catherine Camerano and Mike Camerano were testifying, Mike said his wife called him and said John was missing and to pick up the kids. Catherine said she was told by Jen, I think, that they were transporting him to the hospital. And that's when she called her husband. Big difference. Can anyone address that? Because I'm not really too sure about that. Every day is blurring one into another. And let's see if anybody can answer that. But everyone say hello to Kurt from Uncivil Law. Hello, Kurt.
How you doing, Melanie?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Is this like the craziest thing that you've ever seen in your life, or is it just me? Please tell me.
No, it's got to be up there. It's got to be up there. When I made the comment on my own channel that when they were doing the video with the leaf blower, if someone had put the Benny Hill music to it, I would have believed it. It's still kind of a point that resonates with me very strongly. The levels of apparently trained veteran police officers who have no clue how to process a crime scene at all, even a little bit. They say they don't know. Is mind-numbing. They apparently don't know what crime scene tape is for or how to use it, which seems kind of basic. Just kind of put it up and that's.
It was really windy, Kurt. You heard how windy it was, right?
Okay. I mean, all right, fine. I'm sure we can solve that problem. The red Solo cups in the paper bag, both of which are used, not clean, with the openness of the thing. I mean, we couldn't find some Tupperware containers. At least then we would have had some lids.
You would think they would have Tupperware. I mean, and they got them from the guy across the street who happens to be the deputy chief of Canton PD.
Yeah, he's
right?
gonna have some Tupperware, right? Just use some Tupperware, man. Or some Ziploc bags or something. At least then they're closed. That'd be good. And they even have a space on it to label it. Contents.
That's right.
Blood found at crime scene, space 6 or whatever.
Had like a Sharpie.
Yeah. Get a Sharpie. I mean, something.
Everybody's got a Sharpie.
I've had zero police training, and I feel like I could do as well as these guys. So that's real encouraging. Apparently, I have a career at the Canton Police Department. Who knew?
Right. If this YouTube thing doesn't work out for you, you could always go there. And these
I'm
guys
I'm going to go investigate crimes. They're poorly.
They're paid pretty well. Okay, so did you see what happened? What had happened in the morning when they tried to kick? Oh, so they kicked. All right. So do you know who Turtle Boy is?
I've heard of him and his plights. Yes.
Okay. So he apparently has some outstanding charges of witness intimidation in this case.
Yes.
He has a media pass.
Bullshit, but
What's that?
I think they're bullshit, but that's
Yeah. So that's the thing. He has a media pass. He's in the courtroom today. So this morning they broke from court to hear a motion that the Commonwealth, a 6-page motion that the Commonwealth served to have him banned from the courtroom because the witnesses are scared of him. He's in the courtroom today. His attorney happened to be in the courthouse on another matter. The attorney had not been served with the motion. The AIDAN Kearney, Turtle Boy, had not been served with the motion. And yet the court heard the motion and banned him from being in the courtroom during the time that maybe 10 of these witnesses are going to testify. So the First Amendment in Massachusetts.
I don't know if there's a legal problem there, because the right of the public to view the trial is typically thought of as a collective right. It's the right of the public in general, not to any specific person. And judges get a wide amount of latitude in their courtroom. And if they feel like there's really any indicia, really at all, that there's potentially any sort of problem with this person and this witness, and they just remove yourself from the courtroom while this witness is testifying, You
Mhm.
know, no love lost to you. You can go outside in the courtroom. You can watch it on TV. You still have your First Amendment rights, but you don't. I don't think there's a First Amendment problem. I don't quite see it.
He's got a media pass, so I don't know if that makes any
I don't,
difference.
that doesn't really do anything for me either. I don't
Yeah.
think media passes are really special. Those don't really do something for me. I do not believe the media pass gives you extra special rights. That I don't believe in that concept.
Well, Massachusetts does not recognize a journalistic privilege. Did you know that? I found that
Not,
out through
I did not off the
through
top of my
covering this
head.
case.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I thought there was like a notice problem with that motion. The fact that they only served it on the Associated Press and not his attorney or him. I found that to be a little bit procedurally defective,
Yeah.
but you know,
I don't know if there's a notice problem either, because there's only a notice issue, like assuming that you have a right in the first place. And I don't know that the judge can just be like, hey, you leave.
well, they're
Why?
saying it's
'Cause.
raised judicata times too, because there was another judge who actually had already ruled on this and said that these stay away orders are not valid and that he doesn't have to stay away from these people. So
I don't buy res judicata either, because again, I would agree to it in so much as it does not apply to the courtroom. But I think the judge's power, as I like to say on my channel,
mhm.
judges are minor demigods, and the sooner that you recognize that, the happier you will be.
Hmm.
So they get a wide amount of latitude in their courtroom. So yeah,
Somebody's saying here that these protective orders that are allegedly out there were not upheld
yeah,
and were ruled on by 2 other judges.
yeah.
So you're saying that
Now
Judge
you're in this
Beverly
judge.
can do whatever she
But now
wants?
you're a minor demigod. You're a minor king, and yeah, your word is basically law within the bounds of that courtroom. So yeah, that's probably correct.
So she can just make up whatever she wants. It doesn't matter.
Probably, yeah, probably. As it
Um,
relates to third parties who are not involved in the case, yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I just feel like the this whole buffer zone thing, the 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse, and you
That's a
see any
separate
First
issue.
Amendment issues
That's a
there?
separate issue. If the judge said that, that's a separate issue. Then I would analyze that separately.
Well, that is an issue because they made a motion for a buffer zone around the courthouse. So nobody that has any garb, like pins or shirts or anything for any side is allowed within 200 feet of the courthouse. And they
Okay.
actually have like cones up and barriers.
Okay.
So there's no
So
freedom of
the
speech
first
within
thing
the 200
the
feet.
first thing that comes to mind when you say that is like voting, because very similar restrictions have been upheld on voting, and no pins or
Mhm.
other, no discussion of who you want to vote for within so many feet of a polling station.
Yeah.
And so those kind of restrictions are typically upheld. So if it applies to everyone generally, that no, like
No
within the
peaceful
certain
protesting.
zone. I mean, again, you're talking about like restrictions on terms of the zone about where it is and not, but I mean, you're analyzing it under a time, place, manner restriction. So
Mhm.
if you can justify it on the basis of, we want to not prevent ingress or egress of the courthouse, or not prevent problems with, witnesses coming to or from the courthouse and stuff like that, you might be able to get there. I feel like
Well,
I'm telling your chat all the wrong answers, but
if you
I'll do
haven't
my
seen the
best.
papers, then it's hard to talk about. So
Yeah.
there are some constitutional issues at play here. And I know that you are, the king of the Constitution and constitutional
Yeah.
law. So, maybe after you have a chance to look at the papers and stuff, and I didn't know if you were watching this morning and you saw what was actually going on in the
I
courtroom,
was not. No.
it was kind of insanity because, this is like a running theme in this case that they don't want the public to really know anything about all of the incompetence, I think is being kind, that went on during the investigation of this death of a
Yeah.
Boston police officer. And a lot of people feel that the judge is showing a lot of bias to the
I feel that.
Commonwealth. Yeah, tell us about that. Tell us how you feel. Tell us how you feel about that and what you've seen and your
Well, the
thoughts.
judge is sighing openly in courtroom is not going very hard. Like every time the defense asks a question, like, "Did you see the puffy jacket?" And she's like, "Eh." I'm like, "That's not really a great look, Judge." And some of the rulings where the judge is like, sustained, but I'll allow it, or like overruled but moved on, like these somewhat inconsistent rulings. And some of the judges' rulings relating to like because I saw earlier testimony, like when the EMT was like trying to make the gesture for the
Furrows.
dog furrows, and like, and the judge wouldn't let any like follow-up questions, and the judge didn't even allow the could you just show me again, literally just show me what you did the first time. And apparently that was objected to and sustained for reasons I don't understand.
Well,
So the judge's rulings have at times been prosecution friendly.
Well, the court reporter can't take down the motion that he made on his arm. It's got to be described in words for the record. So that was, in
That
my
too.
mind, a
That
completely
too.
wrong ruling.
Yeah.
Somebody says here's a question for you. Thank you, PTSD healer, for your $5. The previous judge's ruling was particular to Turtle Boy, this guy, AIDAN Kearney. Attention during the trial, it was ruled that he could be in the courtroom. So there was another judge who ruled that
Yeah.
he was going to be allowed to be in this other judge's courtroom during the trial.
And I think that's the province of that other judge. But I don't think that judge's ruling is binding on any other judge in that courtroom. So I mean, from a constitutional standpoint, I'm having a tough time finding a basis for Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Because some of the reasons I've sort of illuminated too. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm happy about it, but just, trying to give a fair legal opinion.
I mean, the guy did 60 days in jail because they wanted to shut him up about this case. That's the argument.
Yeah, I mean, I think the prosecution of Turtle Boy onto its own terms is very difficult to understand. That I don't think that he's guilty of witness intimidation. I think for whatever reason they want to shut him up, perhaps because he was the first trying to poke holes at some of this stuff or expose it. Perhaps it's just wanting to silence a critic, which is always a great First Amendment problem.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of reasons to be very critical of, the prosecution as it relates to Turtle Boy and as it relates to this case. So I have no quarrel with that in more general terms.
Yeah. It seems like they're trying to keep him out. What else have you been? I saw you do some with Natalie, and I was laughing all night when you and Natalie were talking about this because I think you had watched that day's testimony, and she hadn't. And like seeing her natural reactions, being a criminal defense attorney, she was horrified, like horrified.
Yeah, that was pretty epic watching that opening argument, and I thought it was so hilarious because she zoned out completely during the motive because the prosecution did nothing to highlight the motive, and I'm like, you missed it. And it was funny for me because I was going back and rewatching that clip, and like the first time it said her, like her head is down, no reaction whatsoever. I'm like, listen to it again, pay attention, and her reaction is like, oh my god. I'm like, there it is. That's you blink and you miss it because of how dumb this is. But then in terms of like motive, the state calls a bunch of, I would call them character witnesses, who apparently rehabilitate Karen Reed's character for some reason.
They're all very positive.
Seems like a strange choice when you're trying to prove that Karen Reed is, a demented psycho girlfriend who is taken to jealousy to murderous intent, and then you call a bunch of people in the stands who'd be like, actually she's all right.
Well,
seems like a questionable choice.
What we know from reading Proctor's statements, his original witness statements, is he wrote in his witness statements completely different things from what they testified to.
Yes, there were a lot of problems in the statements in many different dimensions. The confession not really registered properly, the address misreported, the time of the search warrant misreported, the collection of evidence in the solo cups, which still has to be my favorite part.
Yeah.
With the unlabeled, they didn't even make any attempt to label which solo cup came from where. Uncovered in a used paper bag with God knows what contaminants.
Stop and Shop.
Stop and Shop, man.
That's
go to Stop and Shop and get some Tupperware or something, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, so he put those witnesses on the stand. I don't think he prepped them, obviously, because they did not say what he thought they were going to say.
Apparently not.
Everyone,
so I don't know why we're putting these witnesses on the stand. I don't know why the government brought this case at this point. There doesn't really seem to be. I mean, we're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So that's, to me, it's like the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not only not done that, they've proven themselves to be unbelievably inept. And so I don't know what the ultimate truth of, but within the context of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, I don't have to know what the ultimate truth is. It's not my obligation to figure that out. My only obligation is to figure out whether the state, as its sole burden, has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm like, lol, no, and just laugh harder.
Right.
So, I don't really need to figure out anything beyond that, and I move on with my life.
It seems pretty evident to the people that are starting to look at this case that have a logical brain and any common sense whatsoever that the prosecution isn't even at this point trying to prove that Karen hit him. They're trying to prove that these other people didn't do it, which is
Yeah.
such a weird reverse engineering of a prosecution, right?
Well, to the extent you have credible alternative suspects, I don't necessarily mind that part.
Hmm.
But to their ability to exclude other people has not been particularly persuasive either.
Right. So many people think, you'd have to have so many people involved in this for it to be a cover up. And really, it's a couple of people lying to save a family member, maybe. And the guy who owes somebody some favors is all I can say. Blessed Mom from Texas, thanks for the super chat. I've been screaming this. I'm outraged. You're classy and you don't even get involved. I'm outraged. Grant needs to be sued. Yeah, there's this guy out there called Grant Smith Ellis who has been persecuting me on Twitter and calling for my disbarment.
Yeah, I've seen that, which just is like, I don't know what his problem is or what meds he's failed to take, but this like I don't really understand any of this stupid, and he's just showing himself to be an absolute fool. So, I mean, yeah,
That's
I
the
don't
outrage.
say more than that.
Thanks for the super sticker, KOB. Maddie says, look up Turtle Boy 42524. He shows who is setting him up. All officials in Norfolk DA, Proctor, and I believe Higgins. Okay, Maddie, we'll take a look at that later. Thanks for the super chat. Times like these is a member. Yay. Carl Dougal is expelled from the trial. Carl Dougal is John O'Keefe's friend, partner. Why did he get thrown out? I don't know. I guess you guys have boots on the ground there. That's interesting. Joan Kavanaugh, thanks for the super chat. Massachusetts State Police officer handed over a thumb drive with evidence of conspiracy with Lindsay, the special prosecutor, and state police officer. Well, that's interesting. That has to do again with more Turtle Boy stuff. Thanks, Donna, for becoming a member. Carl Dougal pushed and shoved Karen in the hallway, says Charlie's Angels. Thanks for the super chat. And disgusting. The vitriol, the public vitriol that this woman has been suffering for over 2 years based on a shaky case at best and pretty much zero evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a car, on the other hand, is horrifying. You think she'll have a decent civil case when she's acquitted? Violation of civil rights as such or anything like that?
Maybe. I mean, certainly the FBI is already investigating, so you could potentially get into like, what would that be, 241, 243 for Title 18 for deprivation of civil rights? So there might be something there. It's a difficult case to prove, but the FBI is looking into it, so maybe we'll see.
Ruby,
and then, of course, for her, you have a 42 USC 1983.
1983.
Again, it's difficult to prove, but it corrupts, with corruption of office, depriving her of her rights. And then we'll get to sing the qualified immunity song some more, and that'll be fun.
Yeah. Ruby, thanks for the 10. My God, my heart's broken for Aiden. The support is outside, and all of us in Massachusetts, our rights are gone. I'm shaking after what just happened. Thanks, Mel, for validating our outrage. Thank you, Ruby. And McCabe became a new member. Where are you, Kurt? You're not in your usual spot.
I'm visiting my folks in South Carolina.
Oh, that's very nice. How's the weather?
It is very pleasant today.
Oh, that's nice.
And immediately following this, I'm going to be going to Greenville. There's this big art festival that they have in Greenville every year. And so I'm going to go down there and check out some art exhibits and have a good time with my folks. So should be fun.
Very nice. Are you going to Crime Con?
I'm not going to Crime Con.
You do that? Yeah, no. Unless they're going to call me to be on a panel or speak. I'm not going to go be like a fangirl and go running after Vinnie Politan.
It'll be fun.
David Reese, maybe a nothing burger, but Chris said it was tradition to get together to have a drink when someone turned 21. Julie said he was turning 22. Now his mom said he was turning 23. Thanks, David, for the super chat. I don't know what to make of that either. Didn't J.A. say Caitlin was there when she picked up Nicole? Didn't Jen say Caitlin was there when she picked up Nicole? I thought she did, Susan. Thanks for the super sticker. Hi, Midgie. Hello, but Turtle Boy made today about himself. Thanks for the super chat. And that's, we support you, Mel. We know you are loved. Truth matters. Thank you very much. Emily C.
I mean, you've made it, right? You've made it into the big game.
I guess.
You got some hardcore haters. Talk to Nick Ricada sometime. If he's been referred to the bar, I don't even know, like 24 times at this point.
Oh, really?
And he usually just reads the bar referrals on his channel and laughs, which is fun.
Yeah, I guess after a certain point, you can start to laugh about it, you know? I don't know. It's just, who thinks there's that kind of troll trash going on out there? I guess you got to learn at some point. I don't know. I guess I gave everyone, I think everyone's kind. I don't know. Emily, thanks. Weird they had coffee for jurors ready, like the judge knew this was coming. Yeah. And the bagels too. Jennifer, thank you so much. What time we got here? 1:43. I don't know. You want to talk to the people here while I go take like a quick ladies break?
Sure. Why not? How you doing, people? I'm on civil law. For those of you who don't know me, I'm currently visiting my folks near Greenville, South Carolina, but I live in Austin. And I hope you're having a great day. I have not seen a whole host of this trial. I saw obviously the opening arguments. I saw some of the testimony relating to the cops with the excavation of the evidence with the snowblowers. Haven't seen anything from today, but the case seems pretty compromised and deeply suspect to me. Yeah. I'm also trying to see if Melanie wants to join me on my channel. I texted her earlier. She hasn't responded back to me. But see if she wants to join me on my channel weekly. We do this thing on Thursday nights, typically, the Thursday Night Thunderdome, sort of a wrap-up of the more silly stories from the week. And I want to see if she wants to be part of that. So hashtag Melanie for Thunderdome. And she can come on and hang out with me. That'd be cool. Can you sue for defamation on Twitter? At least hypothetically, yes. You should be able to. But some judges view social media as not counting as much because reasons. But hypothetically, yes. Yeah. We might do Thunderdome tonight because I didn't do it yesterday. Also, incidentally, I'm probably going to be changing formats on my channel for a little while and going more to video on demand and less to live stream because I've been doing live streams for like a long time and I want to experiment with trying video on demand format. So we're going to put together some like edited stuff. And I've been watching some things from other creators who have successful channels, not necessarily in the LawTube space, but just generally trying to get tips. So that's been fun. I do live in Houston. I'm visiting my folks. They live in Greenville, South Carolina. So that's where I am. But I do live in Houston. That's true. A ruling from one judge does not apply to the courtroom of another? No, because every judge gets control over their own courtroom. No. Yeah. Every judge gets control over their own courtroom. So, no. My channel is called Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law, if you want to go check that out.
Yeah, what cases are you covering now, currently?
I've been taking like a week off because I've been visiting my folks, so I haven't been covering anything in the last week. But when I get back, I'm going to be doing more video on demand and trying to cover things that are like more pop-centric. Probably the first thing that I do when I get back is going to be trying to probably do 2 or 3 videos relating to campus protests. Doing one relating to like the First Amendment perspective, on various standards. One dealing with like the capture of administration buildings. One dealing maybe with U.S. response. So try to do more video on demand stuff that's more popular and in the news. So we'll see how that goes.
I tell you what, if I was a parent of a USC student and I just paid for 4 years at USC and they canceled my kid's graduation because of this ridiculousness going on, and my kid also had no high school graduation because that was during the panty lockdowns, I'd be pretty pissed.
Yeah.
But that's just me. Would you recommend living in Houston? Says clearly Sora.
I think it's roughly similar to any large city. Houston itself is incredibly large. I think it's actually bigger than Connecticut in terms of its area. It's huge. But it's got, a lot of things going for it. By the way, Melanie, I sent you a text message a little earlier today saying if you want to join me potentially on a weekly basis on my channel for Thunderdome. Thursday nights.
What is Thunderdome?
It's our weekly wrap-up show where we try to cover the more silly, zany legal stories. A lot of Florida Man usually makes it in there.
Oh, well, Let me know. Give me like when it's not hockey playoff season and after the Karen Reed trial is over, I'm happy to come on a Thursday night with you.
Fair enough.
I would love to, but with the Rangers, going to the Stanley Cup this year, it may be difficult for Thursday nights. It depends on when the games are. But yeah, I mean, let me know ahead of time, and I'm happy. Thursday night Thunderdome. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Love
Like
to.
such stories as Florida man throws spaghetti at driver during road rage incident. Those are the kind of quality stories that we cover on the Thunderdome.
That sounds like fun to me. It's always good to mix a little comedy in with the stuff that we cover because there's a lot of funny stuff out there. Remember that guy who jumped over the bench at that judge? Like that was insane.
I enjoyed that one.
That was crazy.
I enjoyed that one. I actually tried to get a full copy of like the police report and stuff, but I actually couldn't get it. I tried to get it from the court and I couldn't get it. So that really irritated me.
Oh, here's one of your subs who's a long time uncivil subscriber and a new sub to me. Yay. We love the crossover. We love the cross-pollination. We love it. How do you like the flooding in Houston, Kurt?
Fortunately, it didn't hit me. Also, my apartment is not on the first floor.
Oh.
So I'm good.
Oh, that's good. Houston is awesome. Beach one way, city the other. Wolf Lodge is being built here. Awesome. Oh, Danny, I guess, Danny, you live in Houston. That's awesome.
I live in the western side of Houston. So it's fine.
All right. I got to get back to some of these super chats if you want to hang out or if you got to go to your art festival. Jennifer, thanks for becoming a member. Disabled Rebel, thanks for the super chat. Maybe no one planned for OJO to die that night, but crazy. It happened at 34 Fairview Road. That led to his death, and those responsible scrambled to cover it up. I think a lot of people feel like Uncle Fredo in the house. Thanks for the super sticker, Uncle Fredo. Scott, thanks for the super chat. Brian Albert winning, please. Josh Levy, FBI Boston, stop this now. I think a lot of people are hoping that the white knights of the FBI are going to come in and put a stop to this.
When the white knights are the FBI, things have gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Right. Suzanne, thanks for the super chat. Carl Dougal has been banned from the courtroom for the remainder of the trial for intentionally bumping into Karen Reed repeatedly.
I do it.
Yep. Bye-bye, Carl. Too bad, so sad. Rhonda, Iowa girl, thanks for your super chat. I find it odd. A bunch of adults go party in a blizzard. Seems so juvenile. There's a lot of juvenile about the players in this case. A lot of juvenile. Catholic Guide, thanks for becoming a member. Bernie says, I adore you, Melanie. This trial is mind-blowing and lolliflop. Thanks, Bernie, for your super chat. Chantal, we brought that up before. Bueller, thanks. Susan Lopez, thank you for your super chat. She's trying to get out of this unscathed without implicating Brian. Yeah, you met Nicole. Yeah, a lot of tea was spilt during Nicole's testimony, and she's still on the stand, right? They didn't finish with her. They just broke for lunch. She's still being crossed by Eliza Little. So yeah, thank you, St. Elmo's Fire, for becoming a member and for On Top for your super sticker. And you want to pronounce that for me, Kurt? Any idea how to pronounce that? Weichmachsliebe. Thank you. Says, I just love your content.
Why Schleibe? I got it.
I don't speak German, but I think it's German. Thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Maddie, OMG, did you see her face? Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Do you remember that? There was I forget what that was, but it was like a dead giveaway song about a guy who said, there's girls up in that house. And there was like a bunch of girls that were being like held captive in a house, and they made like a whole song about it. And the guy who was the witness who said there's girls up in that house, and they gave him like free McDonald's for life because he mentioned McDonald's in his thing. This was a long time ago. I don't know if anybody remembers what I'm talking about. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Thanks, Maddie. And thanks, Janice, for your super sticker. And Bill for your super sticker. And another Janice again. I mean, Boston police detective Carl Dougal has been banned from the courtroom for pushing and shoving Karen Reed in the courtway hallway today.
Yeah, they'll do it.
They'll do it. People. Thanks, Janice.
That seems kind of unprofessional.
Thanks, Leanna. Yeah.
In the middle of a trial, when the police are already, being held to account because the police's conduct has been, let's say, unprofessional at best, to then engage in bullying in the courthouse. Like, dude, read the room.
Hmm.
This, assuming there is a time, this wasn't it.
Yeah.
What is your problem?
And I think he was John O'Keefe's partner at the Boston Police Department. This guy's been in the courtroom every day, glaring at Karen. And the way they have like John's parents sitting like right over Karen, it's a weird courtroom. It's very small. It's a weird layout, but it's a little intimidating.
That's the only thing I would want as a judge at that point is for them to actually like bump in the courtroom itself, because then I get to break out direct contempt.
Yeah.
You go to jail.
Right.
Do not
Right.
pass go.
Do not pass go. Do not pay $200. You're out of here. David, thanks for your super chat. Bev is AI break during cross-examination. I don't know. I can't figure out what that is, what that means. Thanks, PTSD healer. The previous judges ruled that Turtle Boy could go into the courtroom. That's why Bradl asked. I think it was an SJC ruling. Typo. Sorry, I tried to delete. That's okay. This judge thinks that she's above federal court orders too, because there were federal court orders that she was just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to pay any attention to that either. Thanks, Cindy girl.
Okay, that's potentially problematic depending on the nature of the order.
Well,
yeah.
it was a federal order sealing some of the documents that were exchanged pursuant to the TUI process, which I learned a whole lot about. So they have to go through this TUI process to release federal investigations.
Okay, if they're federal investigations, then the feds would have control over them. That makes total sense.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the feds said you have to seal these records, Judge. You can't release these records. And she's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna just release them anyway. I don't really care about a federal order. So
yeah, no, you can't do that. It's like, look, these are federal records. They are produced by the federal government, so they're the federal government's property.
Mhm.
So like, you can't just release them.
But
incidentally, that goes the other way around too.
But the Boston Globe wanted that.
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely a good enough reason. We'll get them from the feds then.
Right.
File your FOIA. Let me know how it turns out for you.
Living on Love says you are her favorite YouTuber ever.
Excellent.
Thank
That's
you.
very complimentary. Thank you.
Enchiladas on Bread, it became a member. Thank you. Clearly, Sora, Wisconsin man is the new Florida man.
The truth is that the Florida man was amongst us the whole time. Florida man has some of the best open records laws, so it makes the stories more obvious. But the truth is, everyone is stupid everywhere, all the time. Although, to be fair, these police, I don't know. This is at a pretty steep level of stupid. So,
Canton
yeah.
PD, and these guys make a couple $100,000 a year. It's not like it's not like they're getting in there and they're paying them $40,000 a year. These guys are up there in the twos. Like their salary has a 2 in front of it.
That's a lot for a police officer.
Mm-hmm. Some guy with cancer. I'm sorry about your cancer as always, but thanks for the super chat. Kurt, we'll get a beer next time. I'm in Houston. I see doctors at MD Anderson. This trial is bad.
I've heard good things about MD Anderson when it comes to cancer, so glad you're getting great help.
Oh, good. That's amazing. Thank you, Kim, for your super chat and from Canada. And Melanie Kurt, I'm not a lawyer, but I felt this should have never come to trial.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree.
Those of us that have been covering this for a long time know, because we've reviewed everything and everyone thought we were so crazy and spewing conspiracy theories. And
yeah, no, the one I liked, I think it might have been in response to one of your tweets, maybe, but someone said,
tweet. Wasn't me.
Okay.
Oh, you mean a tweet about me? Yeah, tweet
about
trashing
you.
me.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, so you don't tweet, which is a whole nother thing. But never mind. So someone basically said, "Well, what you need to know is you need to understand all the preliminaries and all the pretrial and all the rest of it." I'm like, I kind of don't, because the jury doesn't need to know that and doesn't know that. It's like, if the state can't prove it within the confines of the trial, then to some degree, I don't really care a lot about what happened outside of trial, because, well, the jury doesn't know that. So they're not going to factor it in. So why would I factor it in?
Right.
This is the game. This is the game. I'm thrilled that you had all your practices and your scrimmages and all the things, but it's Super Bowl time, and it's like, oh, you got to go look at the preseason. I'm like, I really don't.
Yeah, because the idiocy is clear. Right? You can see the poor investigation, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what's going on here. I mean, this is embarrassing at best.
Yeah, and that it's also great because you can just judge it based on the thing, and you just judge it based on the presentation and based on the evidence. And the state's incredibly rambling, unbelievably monotone, overly detailed, unorganized shit show of an opening
Mhm.
compared to essentially a perfect opening by the defense. I mean, the only criticism I could really give perhaps is perhaps it slightly overstayed its welcome.
Mm.
But, other than that, it was essentially textbook, especially like the first 5 lines.
Yeah.
Like if you learn nothing else, then just learn how to do that because the opening is this case is blank, and then you got 2 to 4 sentences that support that. And
Mhm.
that's exactly what the defense's opening was.
Yep.
Karen Reed was framed. This case is about X. There you go. And then you
Mhm.
had 2 to 4 sentences that sort of buttress that and support that. And then you're like, ladies and gentlemen, jury. I'm like, that's perfect. You got
Mhm.
it. That's perfect.
And Lally introduced 76 characters during his opening, which was
No, you don't need that. Look, again,
a snooze
it's like I
fest.
don't know why I have to do like trial advocacy basics, but apparently I have to do this for these people.
Mhm.
Look, the opening is a framework. It is meant to provide the frame for the story. You tell the major beats.
Mhm.
They tell the major beats of the story. So as pieces come in, people know where they flow because you've kind of told them the major points. Act 1 is this, act 2 is this, act 3 is this, act 4 is this, act 5 is that. Right? So you tell them that. And then when it comes in, it's like, oh yeah, I remember that. That's part of act 1. Right? And so forth and so on. But what you don't do, could you imagine like, okay, it's a Shakespeare play, it's Hamlet. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm the ghost and I'm going to introduce every single character who's going to come onto the scene during this entire play. What the fuck are we talking about?
Mhm. Oh, we don't curse on my channel. People have kids in the room with the headphones.
I'm sorry, my bad.
That's
My
all right. He
fault.
didn't know. He didn't know. He knows, but he
My
just
bad.
forgot. That's all right.
My bad.
Modest Man,
Sorry.
the fan is back, so we're going back soon. Modest Man says civil law started following you during the Amber Heard trial. Melanie, love your content. Very funny. Coconut Shell. Thank you, Modest Man, for your super chat.
Yeah.
Where did you stand on that whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing? I'm glad I wasn't covering that case because
Well, it was interesting because
so divisive.
I had a very reserved opinion about that for a very long time. I didn't follow it in the prelim. And then as I was covering it with other law tubers, there was a lot of criticism of me, towards me initially, because I had what could be characterized as, I suppose, a more favorable view towards Amber Heard overall. And there were some technical reasons for that.
Mhm.
Like Johnny Depp himself, as well as his own mental health expert, basically talked about the mental trauma that came from non-physical abuse and how the non-physical abuse was at times worse than the physical abuse. And Johnny Depp testified to that. And
Mhm.
I'm like, okay, so this is a bit of a problem for Johnny Depp because what's true for one is true for the other, because Amber
Right.
Heard is potentially talking about non-physical abuse and things like that. So this is helping her case. And so I had a very reserved opinion throughout Johnny Depp's pretty much entire case. And then when Amber Heard took the stand, I was like, oh, I think it was day 2 of her taking the stand. I was like, oh, no, none of this works. And basically every sort of like idea I had just completely collapsed all at once. And I'm like,
Mm.
no, this is completely a win for
I
Johnny
thought they
Depp.
were mutually abusive. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. I just
I was incredibly skeptical of that case. I mean, everyone was, to the best of my knowledge. I
yeah.
mean, most people were. They thought Johnny Depp wouldn't win because of how hard this is to prove,
Mhm.
how hard this is to show. It's like we don't think he can do it.
Right.
Amber Heard basically made it possible. Amber Heard's testimony is what made it possible. So way to go, Amber Heard.
Mm.
You're just a winner.
David says if the defense used the My Cousin Vinny opening, it would have been better than Lolly's. Yeah, and Duty Ron says tons of creators gained hundreds of thousands of subscribers from that case, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. How many
Yeah,
did you
I mean,
gain?
I picked up about 45,000 subs from that case, but I wasn't covering it primarily. I
Mhm.
didn't think the case was going to go anywhere. So
Really?
I was like, yeah, I didn't think it was going to go anywhere. I didn't think anyone would be interested in it. So I was like, I'm not going to cover it. When Legal Bites said, I'm going to cover the whole thing, I told her she was out of her mind. It's like, you're
Uh-huh.
going to do this for 7 weeks, day in, day out. No one's going to watch this. Well, look at who's the idiot. So yeah, her channel picked up. Her channel went from about 50,000 to about 250,000, and I went from about 45,000 to about 95,000 just by being on her show.
Wow.
So yeah, I called that one wrong. Way to go, me.
Well, hindsight's always 2020, my friend. Hindsight is always 2020. People are saying that Dept Camille was to Johnny what Yannetti is to Karen. Oh, I like those analogies. Was too. Oh, Kurt missed that one. Well, have fun at your art show or your art festival or whatever it
Yeah,
is that
should be
you're
good.
doing.
Should be a good time. So I'll sign off for now, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of whatever this trial is, and hope that you learn something about something of educational value from it. Maybe what not to do specifically.
Yeah, well, it's a masterclass in trial lawyering, I think, for the on the defense part anyway. Anybody who's studying to be a lawyer should be studying this case or a trial lawyer in any event. But invite me on a Thursday. I'll come to the Thunderdome.
Will do. See you next time.
Thanks, Kurt. Bye, Kurt.
Bye-bye.
Everybody say goodbye to Kurt. So go subscribe to Kurt if you're not already. Uncivil Law. Thank you, Kyoka, for becoming a member. I have the fan up on my second screen, so fear not. Fear not, 'tis only a flesh wound. We will be back. We will be back very soon into the dumpster fire that is the courtroom of Judge Beverly Cannoni. So is anybody in boots on the ground in court right now? I am interested in what happened with Carl Dougal. And if you can, somebody could just put in the chat exactly who Carl Dougal is for those who don't know. He was John O'Keefe's partner at the Boston Police Department. And they've been sitting in court pretty much every day, he and his wife, right? And we don't know whose side they're on. I don't think they're on Karen's side. Angel says, do we know why the buffer zone was increased today? It was increased today? Maybe because some of the testy witnesses were coming on, some of the players that are the most disliked by the public, maybe? I don't know. Carl Dougal is John O'Keefe's best friend. Carl Dougal pushed Karen yesterday. Kurt needs to be a constitutional professor at a law school. I know St. Elmo, sorry, he's really, really up on the law and constitutional law, and he's the go-to if anybody ever wants to know about the actual law. I can comment on it, and I can commentate on it, and I can research it, but I don't know like a whole lot of the law off the top of my head, although the more this goes on, the more we learn. Shelby says Eliza Little is a talented attorney in her own right. I wouldn't punch down. She's brilliant and stands on her own merit. I agree. I don't like the way the judge is treating her, though. I thought the judge was treating her, she's being a little patronizing, treating her like kind of like a youngster. And, I don't know. Is it me? Hi, Team Brittany. Scott is driving, tells everyone hello. He's not driving an Edge. That's funny. Have a great day, Kurt. Yep. Teresa says, I bet nobody apologizes to Karen Reed when it's proved that she was framed. No, I bet you. I bet you they don't. There's a 0-foot buffer zone outside of 34 Fairview. Right. Well, we know because some people have been going up on their porch and taking pictures. Very interesting. Yeah, I agree. Michelle says agreed. The judge doesn't look good when she does that. She's still on cross, right? I mean, the cross was not finished as far as I could tell. So she's coming back. Thank you so much, Barbara, for the Cash App. Very, very generous of you. Thank you so very much. And Stacy says the master bedroom pictures of 34 Fairview on the Zillow listing show light curtains. Yes. Do they also show blinds, Stacy? I don't know. Because we did look at the Zillow listing the other day. And we looked at the floor plan. Can you review Nicole's testimony when she used the word after? I heard the letter J and then she stopped. I almost thought she was going to say after John got there. Well, we'll go back maybe to that later, or if you guys want to do that on your own later. Eileen says, Nicole's testimony when she used the word after says, in Eileen's opinion, that she was about to say after John got there. Perhaps. Interesting. And Kimberly sent me something that Mike Gradots posted Special announcement. 8 months ago, Microdots was honored to receive an invitation from Alan Jackson and Karen Reed to officially join the defense dream team, tasked with creating 3D graphic renderings for the trial. We were absolutely thrilled to accept this opportunity. Wow, that was just posted today at 12:56 p.m. So that's interesting. We're going to see any Microdots graphics during the course of the trial. That's really cool. They didn't invite me to join the defense team, although everyone on Twitter thinks I'm being paid to make these videos when really I'm just interested in the truth. So that's interesting. Wow. What say you, my friends? P. Little's mom says, crossed by female attorney. What's the tactic in that? Maybe lulling the witness into a false sense of security. Maybe it's about time that Eliza Little got up and was able to do something during the course of this trial. Sometimes it makes the claws come out in the witness too. Or maybe it shows that she's a mean girl, being mean to other girls. I don't know. There could be any number of tactics that are being used here, all of which are very brilliant, I think, on the part of the defense. But, everyone thinks I'm biased. And look, I have an opinion. I'm going to share it with you. I'm not a cupcake. It says it right there. There's a pink sign. You can't make everyone happy. You're not a cupcake. I'm not a cupcake. Virginia says, I'm concerned for Karen's safety after she's exonerated. Thank you, Virginia, for sharing that. I think a lot of people are. I'm concerned for her safety when she's just walking back and forth to the courthouse. Does she have a police escort? Because her team doesn't seem to be able to drop off in front of the courthouse. They've got to walk. It seems like they're walking from a couple of blocks away. I don't know. Hey, Duty Ron. Duty Ron's thankful for all the true friends who support Melanie Little and other great creators. Yes, it's a very nice community that we're building here. Violent Lilac says, Melanie, I could almost guarantee you that at least one of the McAlberts have been attacking you on X. They all have sock accounts. Oh, yeah, I think they all have like 10 or 15 sock accounts, and I'm pretty sure you're probably right. I think we know who we're dealing with here, right? No big surprise. Still looking at the fan. And we almost have as many people watching as Court TV does, so we should pull some people over from that stream. It's 2:10. Why are they late coming back from lunch? Thank you, Indie Girl. Says, I hate mean girls. We should all be supporting other women. I know. And when I see it on Twitter, like people making fun of Karen's miniskirt, or not even making fun of, shaming her for wearing a skirt that this person thought was too short, and that, it's disrespectful to the court, and, shaming her for wearing a blazer of a certain designer, and that, it's expensive. Karen Reed makes a lot of money. She's a very successful woman. I don't know why women in particular want to tear down other women, but it seems to be a theme that we're seeing here a lot. Thank you, Nico 2020, saying it started, but Court TV, as we know, is always a couple of minutes behind. So let's take a look, and we'll put it up. So that we know that it's here. Getting ready for Coco to come back to the stand, aka Nicole Albert. Jennifer says that Aidan said he's challenging Canoni's ruling from earlier. Oh, I'm sure they're going and they're filing appellate papers right now. Here we go.
You are unmuted.
Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Who was that from?
All right, can we have Ms. Albert, please?
We can. I'm not going to split this up today. Obviously, we're just doing one straight stream all the way through for the entire day.
All right, Ms. Little, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Every time she says Ms. Little, I'm like, yeah.
Your Honor, before we start, Exhibit S, which was marked for identification, I believe the proper foundation is laid. I'd ask.
So let's not do that from there. Let me see it, please. Do we have S, S is in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S is in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
Another sidebar, folks. Nikki says when people, female or male, tear down someone else's looks, the one tearing them down must be perfect, which I highly doubt because no one is. Yeah, so let's try not to tear down people's appearances in the chat, please, because we like to be classy and keep it classy. And yeah, she did slay in that skirt. Thank you, Jen Shaw hater. She did laugh in. Is that what it was, Don? Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Yes, Dawn, thank you. We heard that earlier, that Carl Dougal has been banned from the courthouse for purposely bumping into Karen for the rest of the entire trial. I don't like how Paul O'Keefe is sitting right here, kind of like watching Karen during the whole trial. I find him intimidating personally, but what do you think? Shelby says, I would hope I don't drag women for their clothing or looks. Sometimes I'm shocked and have to check myself.
Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview.
Yeah, not a photo.
Not a photo.
Okay, sure.
Is it microdots?
Now you can approach the witness if you, oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Your Honor.
Okay. So that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
We actually need it.
May I approach?
Yes.
It is microdots. Okay, cool.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes,
She obviously had access to the house.
yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in, supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Can you guys hear that question? She said inside your house you had blankets and other items that would be of comfort to a man in the snow, didn't you?
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who was freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
Did you have blankets in your house?
You can answer that.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help John, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
Move to strike.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at her shaking her head.
To phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m. Did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No,
So fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no,
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voice.
Correct.
Now, with regard to your dog, Chloe,
Mm-hmm.
following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming your dog?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her if she was dog aggressive and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog. And so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe and we made arrangements and I went and met this woman halfway and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
Yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the Waterfall back to your home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
Yes.
How long a period of time are we talking?
It wasn't very long, a couple minutes.
She wasn't paying attention. She was cleaning. She's already said
wasn't
that.
watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes. Yes.
I have nothing further.
okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. So you need to take this down, sir. Thank you. There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record.
Defense
But
has never received the information
the
about where
objection
Chloe
sustained.
is.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
No, why? Because she did tell you, Lally, and you didn't exchange it with the defense, even though they've asked you 400 times, where's Chloe? So Lally's now covering his own ass because they did tell him where Chloe is and he didn't want to tell the defense because they didn't want anybody getting Chloe's DNA. Are you picking up what they're laying down here? Because she's already said, I gave them the information. I've already testified to this about where Chloe is. I know where Chloe is. I've told them. And Lally does not want this coming in. Ask yourself why.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Yeah, you don't need to approach. You win.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Yes, I believe I have.
Oh,
You have.
there it
I
is.
believe so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
You're withholding evidence, dude. You're withholding evidence. Yeah, you better approach. She turned it over. She told them where Chloe is, and they said they didn't know. And they never gave the defense this information. They've been trying to get it for over 2 years. Wow. Lally flop. Lally flop, another lally flop. That's huge. I am outraged too, Lisa. I am outraged. Now she's going to have to answer because now the judge needs to know when she gave that information. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the dog bite theory is out the window, huh, trolls? So they're going to come in and say there's no dog DNA on the clothing. Well, even if there was, we couldn't test it or match it to a dog because nobody knows where Chloe is. Guess what? Guess who knows where Chloe is? Nicole Albert. Guess who met the woman halfway from Vermont? Nicole Albert. Guess who got the woman's name from the breeder in Texas to whom she could rehome the dog with? Nicole Albert, the woman who's on the stand right now. What is going on here with John O'Keefe's brother with his arms crossed? He's very intimidating to me, and he's looking over Karen. That upsets me. Yes, Nancy, this is BS. Right. Thank you. Thank you, El Becky. They should move Paul O'Keefe. Defense intimidation. For those of you who weren't here this morning, AIDAN Kearney, aka Turtle Boy, has been ejected from the courtroom during such time as certain witnesses are testifying, including this one, because the Commonwealth brought a 6-page motion 2 days ago and served it on the Associated Press, but didn't serve it on his attorney or him. So they argued it this morning in court.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Because his
Thank you.
attorney happened to be in the courthouse on another matter, Tim Bradl.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call, excuse me, Mr. Brian Albert to the stand.
Here we go, my folks. Here we go. Here comes Brian Albert. One of the stars of the reality show Boston's Finest, who many say is an intimidating figure, also known as the owner of 34 Fairview, on whose lawn Officer John O'Keefe's body was found. And
Also, the evidence you give the court and jury in case they're hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Boston police officer, now retired, apparently. Apparently.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
So could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Norwood with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Actually, just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by age.
Sure. The next sibling after me is my sister Kathleen. Then I have a brother Chris, a brother Kevin, a brother Keith, a brother Brendan, and a brother Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And how many children do you have?
5.
Yes.
How old are they?
I don't like that.
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. And I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's
Birthday,
28.
Brian.
I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now,
Wait a second.
prior to
Hold on a
looking
second.
at your address,
Did he say Brian turns 23 today?
where did you live?
Did he just say Brian turns 23 today? Wasn't it Brian's birthday that they were going to in January of 2022? It was his birthday party. So isn't it May right now? I'm confused. Hold on.
My son Brendan turns 23
Oh,
today,
Brendan, okay.
and I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Happy birthday, Brendan.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
Didn't you grow up in that
Total,
house?
About how long have you been a resident in Canton before moving to Norwood?
Approximately 45 years.
And that address has 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and your kids moved in?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you had spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I retired now. Retired.
What did you retire from?
Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you at that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew were familiar with and working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother, Kevin, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he a police officer as well?
he is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened with that?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back from New York?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning. So we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to the Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charlestown?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge,
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
Keep drinking.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
The establishment. People talk to me. Is the Hillside a bar? Or is it an establishment? Or is it a restaurant?
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
Bob Weir says it's a bar.
You drove then from the Hillside to the Waterfall?
Yes.
About how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the Waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the Waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in and I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin, I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as where it is that you are.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yes, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
Mm.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the one?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the Waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the Waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
But I'm sure I ordered a drink. I'm sure I ordered a drink because, that's what I do. He doesn't remember anything else, but he's sure he ordered a drink. And what is with the yeah? The way he says yeah is really annoying to me, or the yes. I don't know. I don't like, is that a Southie accent? Is that a special regional dialect of Massachusetts? The way he's saying yes, someone tell me. And because I know a lot of my friends are from Boston. You have Boston accents, but you don't say yes the way he does. I had to break for a second because they're boring me already.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
Yes.
And, if you recall, what were you drinking at?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, McUltra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
McUltra. Wait, was he in the weight loss challenge competition for charity that Chris Albert was also in? Was he one of the weight loss competitors for charity that we heard about? And Chris Albert won that competition. I'm not really sure, but McUltra is his drink of choice.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the Waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the Waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrived, who, if anyone else, came into Waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the Waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
What did you know about him?
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people are on Boston?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the Sex Offender Registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard?
Yes.
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Didn't he say he had only met him 2 times prior? How would you describe your relationship with him? What relationship? They don't have a relationship. He met the guy twice. Oh, Lally, you're digging yourself. I didn't think you could dig yourself any deeper, but please do.
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the Waterfall with the defendant. Just for clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's
Well, he'll
Sure.
point
She's
to
a
it.
female
Oh,
at the
not.
table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
just as the record reflect identification identified.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the Hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by they, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the Waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interactions did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction or more than one interaction with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving or left or transferred. And, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
No puffy jacket?
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
No injuries. No puffy jacket.
And
I can't unsee it now. Alana says, is that Billy Joel on the
you had
stand?
a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
And the band keeps playing
Mr.
on.
Albert, how would you describe sort of the general?
Everybody's
mood or
dancing.
demeanor
Hold on.
of the
Hold
group when
on.
you were at the Waterfall?
This is why you don't follow the closed captions, because they say now Mr. Robot how would you describe sort of the general? Okay, his new nickname is now Mr. Robot, according to the closed captions. Some people think he looks like Billy Joel. And Vicky says, but you, sir, or Vixie Blaze says, but you, sir, you wore a puffy jacket that night, right?
What's going on? Is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the Waterfall then?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it was just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
And in honor of Billy Joel, somebody's like, no, not Billy Joel. Don't blame Billy Joel. But in honor of Billy Joel, a lyric just came to mind, and it goes a little something like this. And we will all go down together. Anybody remember that Billy Joel song? We will all go down together. That should be their theme song. Name that tune. Somebody else says they love that he's wearing a Mr. Rogers sweater. Interesting choice.
And if you know from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife, Nicole, my daughter, Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry, so the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter.
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take you back just for a moment back into the Waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the Waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street.
Sub shop.
And he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the Waterfall?
Yes.
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife, Nicole, mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so
was it a tradition, or was it a ritual, or what was it? Well, there was something about making pizzas on somebody's birthday, that was a tradition or a ritual. Yeah, here's the ritual. And he called it, notice how he called it a sub shop. Robin says, the pizza ritual, a sub shop, not a pizza place, not a pizza joint, a sub shop. Wonder why. Interesting choice of words. We call them heroes here in New York. I know in Connecticut, you call them grinders. And maybe in Boston, you call them subs. It's a sandwich on a long roll. Hoagie. He calls it a sub shop. Was Karen pushing to continue the party at the pizza place / sub shop? Oh, you say a sub shop can be a pizza shop too?
Was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34 Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
Why is he wasting so much time and so many questions establishing whether or not Brian Higgins had ever been on the inside of 34 Fairview? If your whole case is that John O'Keefe never came in the house, what in God's green earth does it matter whether Higgins ever was in your house before that night? Do you see the bait and switch that's going on here, the 3-card Monty that they're serving up to you? He is spending 10 minutes of questions establishing that Brian Higgins was never in their house before. Help. I need somebody, help. Not just anybody, help. How about this, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Albert, isn't it true, sir, that while the district attorney, Michael Marcy, was making that ridiculous video statement that he released to the world on YouTube about how your son was never inside the house at 34 Fairview, isn't it true? And also said that Proctor did not go there that day at all to the scene, and that this has got to stop, that this witness intimidation has got to stop. Isn't it true, Brian Albert, that you were off camera holding a firearm at his head, and that someone in your family scripted that statement, Mr. Albert? That's the question I want to know. I don't care if Higgins was ever in your house before. I have no idea what this has to do with anything. Because he was giving him a tour.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness.
Oh, clips, more clips. So far, we know that Nicole Albert referred to Chloe as it several times and knows where the dog is.
If I can have the fourth video now.
And yet, the defense was never made aware of where the dog is.
Mr. Albert, directing your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button.
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving,
That just like jumped. That wasn't me.
of the roadway?
I believe so.
What if anything had changed about the way?
I had nothing to do with that. I wasn't even touching my computer. Let's just go back because the just really just jumped to the end of that testimony. All right, here he is. He's going to be asked about.
PM on the 28th. Now, Mr. Albert, direct your attention up to the screen to your left, to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 PM on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen, what I'm going to ask you to do is if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing, which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minute and 58 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Mr. Albert, from what you observe up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards the door?
Yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy, and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You could take that down, and then Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. If I could ask you to fast forward that to about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And ultimately, I'm going to ask you to play it from 5 minutes and 10 seconds to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. And if you could press play now. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
So same group that was just walking to the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot?
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
Yes. Yes. I
Now,
need to
Ms.
know
Bradl,
what that
when you
is.
get to
That
the
accent.
parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and
Yes.
specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
yes.
And who is in your car with you on the drive back to your house?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that, had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back to New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back to New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
Okay, let's take a breath because we need to. I am not, just so we're clear, I'm not making fun of your Boston accents. I love your Boston accents, but all of my friends, none of my friends from Boston or Massachusetts or Natick, Needham, Sharon, Norfolk, nobody says yes the way this guy says yes. So I don't know if that's a thing. That's just Canton. If it's just this family that speaks that way with regard to that one word, yes. Bob Cousins says, not sure evil goatee was the best choice. It looks like, well, a cross between Billy Joel, now we've decided, and Colonel Sanders of Kentucky Fried Chicken fame. Like, what is going on here? No, he didn't walk home. That was Chris Albert who walked home. All right, back to yes.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And
Higgins had a
as far
plow.
as, vehicles at your house. How many around this time in January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids? How many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has a 2-car garage.
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other?
Did he just say foyer? Did Lally just really pull out foyer? Because he's called it a foyer this entire trial, but now it's a foyer. Okay. Thank you, Shelley, for the super chat, who says conspiracy isn't a bunch of people. Think about a pyramid scheme. People at the top know the scheme, lower employees don't. They're just following orders. That is a great point, Shelley. Thank you for your super chat. Back to the foyer.
The door, where does that right?
The front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the, we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had 2 friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacations?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his 2 friends?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin. All right, so he's agreeing now. He's admitting that Colin was in the house. Where's Emily Fabiano? Those of you who know, Emily Fabiano was in all of the original witness statements that she had been in the house too. She's conveniently being left out of this somehow. Melanie Parker says that he's trying hard to appear likable, hence the word yes. Where is Emily? Emily is nowhere to be found. Did Emily go the way of Chloe to Vermont? Anybody remember Emily? Just wondering. But now Colin's in the house, and now he's being mentioned because the jig is up. The news is out. They finally found out Colin was in the house.
About how old was Colin around then?
I believe he was just about 18. 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the 2 girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the 2 girls. Brian and the 2 girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Hmm.
Now,
Conveniently, he didn't see him leave. Notice he's in the bathroom when Colin allegedly leaves. And also, conveniently, Nicole Albert, who testified earlier, she saw him in the foyer but didn't see him leave. Just assumed that Colin had left. And now Brian says he was in the bathroom, came out, didn't see Colin again. Okay. We'll go with that version of the truth today.
He was getting picked up.
we said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later, he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now,
Doesn't mean he left.
at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house,
You didn't say Colin left the house.
nobody else
You
arrived
said
at the house.
you went in the bathroom and Colin was gone. You didn't see Colin leave the house. Lally, don't mischaracterize his testimony. He went to the bathroom and when he came out, Colin was gone. He did not see Colin leave. Okay? Yeah, what do you mean by gone? Gone, like you didn't see him anymore. Doesn't mean he left the house. There's a lot of interesting testimony around Colin today.
At some point subsequent
That was a
to
tell.
that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house,
Yes.
nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
Really? You're a Boston police officer, fugitive task force guy. I would say you're very detail oriented and you choose your words very carefully and you're very observant with regard to what's around you at all times. You know where all the exits are. You're keeping an eye out for everybody, making sure everybody's safe, knowing who's coming in what door, what position everyone in the house is in everywhere all the time. I have a lot of law enforcement friends and firefighter friends, and those are the people that you want with you in case of an emergency because they're watching every exit. They know how to get out of the building. They know who's coming in and they're watching people. This guy just answered a question, completely blew through his answer.
The question is, do you
Thought you met after.
Who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house,
Yes.
nobody else arrived at the house.
Nobody else arrived after
Your
Colin left.
sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
I thought you were referring to after they showed up. So here's what I'm getting from this testimony. They all showed up, and sometime after that is when Colin maybe left or when he just never saw Colin again, after everybody else was already there. Do you see how Lally tried to clean that up and failed miserably? I am an innocent man. That's a Billy Joel song reference. Thank you, Mozzie. Tristan didn't come to pick up Caitlin until almost 2 a.m. Nicole already testified to that.
So when my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
Dude, you're going off script.
You come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes,
And the McCabe's are not?
they are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there,
Yes, Colin was gone.
and the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay, so they arrived sometime after Colin had left.
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Okay. And what kind of pets did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
so the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
You
Is there any
believe?
sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
And when you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
Okay, he's lived on the train tracks his entire life because he grew up in this house too. And he thinks maybe it's a commuter rail. He lives on the freaking train tracks. This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Did you guys know there was a train track abutting his backyard? So, interesting. We need the train schedule, relevance. Was a train going by and that's why nobody heard any screaming? You're used to sleeping through the trains going by, so that's why you didn't wake up in the morning to sirens and lights and a woman screaming bloody murder on your front lawn because there was a body of a dead police officer on your front lawn because you're used to sleeping through train noise? Is that where they're going with this? I think maybe it's a commuter line. I'm not sure. You've lived in that house your whole life, dude. Wow.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time,
Your whole life.
I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go from there?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of situated?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen. But they're all close proximity.
Pay special attention to this because they're all in the kitchen. We looked at the floor plan the other day, and the kitchen is in the back of the house facing the backyard. Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe are going to say that they were looking out the front windows, and that's when they saw Karen's car pull up, and they saw it pull up again, and then they think it just drove away and they never came in. If everyone's hanging out in the kitchen, what are Jen and Matt doing with their faces pressed up against the front windows? I ask you that, my friends.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time.
He said fun about 3 times.
We were wishing Brian a happy birthday and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
Upstairs. They went upstairs.
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that
Would you like to come upstairs and take a look at my etchings, Brian? Brian, would you like to come upstairs and look at my etchings? Are you kidding me? They have to say it was upstairs because at one point, Caitlin Albert gave a statement saying that she thought it was weird that her father was upstairs giving Brian Higgins a tour of the upstairs of the house. Now the pictures were upstairs. Yes, because didn't his wife just testify that they were in the library looking at pictures? Now they were upstairs looking at pictures. Yeah, you say it's boring, but no, this is pivotal. This is pivotal. This is important. Yep, Denise, upstairs, upstairs, upstairs. So he took Higgins upstairs in his house. Higgins says he never was upstairs in that house ever. Didn't Higgins say that in his federal proffer? Wasn't it in the TUI materials that we've heard about so much? Almost too smooth. Come up and look at my etchings, my photographs, my son's Marine Corps memorabilia. Somebody said they were medals, but I haven't heard medals yet. They're upstairs. Higgins says he's never been upstairs in that house ever. Okay, so yeah, it feels like it's boring, but it's not.
Sort of the kitchen dining room area.
Some stuff in his room upstairs, and
Jack's
Brian
room.
Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time was he talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe
2
3
minutes. Did you look at your watch?
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things
Uh-huh.
started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down and people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave.
Didn't he log in at his Canton PD office to do some paperwork around 1:30? But this guy's saying he left at 1:30, so okay. Copa says, this is adorable. They were squaring up at the bar and sharing family moments at the after party. Yeah. Look at that memorabilia up in their son Jack's room. Who brings your friend into his son's bedroom, which is probably a mess?
And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day. Yes.
And so, at any point in time, after you went upstairs after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there.
Popped.
And then went back up.
Popped back down.
When you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think
Pop,
Jen and Matt was still there.
Bang,
And the two, Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
And who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
Stop. Shelby asks, what's a bulkhead? I want to know the same thing because you guys, when we were looking at the Zillow listing, you're like, oh, there's a bulkhead. Look at the bulkhead. Are you talking about those kind of cellar doors that open up from the outside that are kind of like, I would call them those Bilko doors. But tell me what you guys in the Massachusetts area call it. A bulkhead, a basement door. People say a wall, a basement door. The basement walkout. Okay, is it the two doors that they're like steel doors and you pull them up and out? People call it a hatchway, a cellar door, a wall. All right, everyone's got a different opinion. I need to hear from locals in Canton. What do you call bulkheads? A bulkhead. Is it two doors that are pulled up like a cellar door, like made of some sort of metal? And then you walk down like a set of like concrete stairs, right? Okay. But it has doors that you have to pull open. Okay. So does that mean that there's no way to, though they also did have these inside stairs that went down to the basement, right? And these are the two doors made out of steel that you pull out. Okay. We would not call that a bulkhead. I would call those Bilko doors, but okay. Got it. Bulkhead is two doors that are pulled up. Okay. So there's an inside entrance to the basement, which is a flight of stairs. And in the outside, underneath the kitchen window, Root cellar doors. Okay, that makes more sense. Or bulkhead doors or Bilko doors or two metal doors that you would pull open to go down also a different way into the basement. Thank you. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Must be a regional term. Okay, let's pull back.
Can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No,
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
no,
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
no,
Like screeching of tires or brakes or a 217-pound, 6'2" man being backed into at 24.2 miles an hour. Did you hear anything such as of like that? No. But they were also in the kitchen with the music on, right?
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
no,
Wait, did he say, did you know if they were coming over your house?
Did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
Did you know or become aware of either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed coming over to your house? Not did you know they were coming? Did you know or become aware that they were there?
no,
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes,
And at some point, your wife, Nicole, you share a bedroom with, does she come upstairs?
yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, is, as far as the front doors and the back doors, is that, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. With, when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
And how was that, let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them or we just didn't lock them.
Okay, this guy's with the Fugitive Task Force, or the Fugitive Unit at the Boston Police Department. Please, Scott, I know you're driving. Peter, if you're here, any of my law enforcement friends in the chat, do you guys just leave your doors open, or are you meticulous about locking your doors? Anyone? Bueller, anyone? He's Boston PD and he doesn't check his doors to make sure they're locked and like do the whole nightly routine of locking down the place. And he's got no cameras, got no Nest cameras, got no Ring cameras, got no, but meanwhile, he's out there on the Fugitive Task Force. Anybody buying this so far? No way. Such BS. Doors locked with cameras. They figured nobody would have nerve to break into their house, says Robin. Yep, Sunshine Cheryl thinking the same thing. Bernie says credibility shredded. Yeah, no, we don't worry about locking our doors. We don't worry about it. No big whoop. Probably a million people that I've thrown in jail after me, but you know, no way. Team Brittany says lock doors and alarm on. Some people never lock their doors, Candy, and I'll agree with you. Some people don't. But do you think a Boston police officer on the Fugitive Task Force might? Tell me if you think the jury believes it.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And At some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs. We watched TV and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
What about the intimate relations?
Dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes,
She was there overnight, is that correct?
yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or the beginning of that morning, the daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No,
That's exactly what his wife testified to, Nicole, between 6 and 6:30. Aren't most police officers, law enforcement, fugitive task force guys pretty meticulous about their timing of things? But it's just a general time between 6 and 6:30 that your sister-in-law Jen, your wife's sister, bursts into your bedroom. Do you sleep naked? Who's coming bursting into your bedroom? And by the way, didn't you already affirm, or didn't Lally affirm in court that you were having intimate relations with your wife, and that's why you butt dialed Brian Higgins back at approximately 2:22 a.m. or around that time? But he admits he didn't go to sleep until after 2, but my goodness, what happened to the boom boom? I don't know. Funny he used the same word, burst. Yeah, burst in.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came in?
she was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came into the room?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection.
John is dead.
Next question, please, sustain.
John is dead.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
Wow. Wow, that's huge for the defense. Huge. That Jen runs in there and says John is dead. Guess what? John had not been pronounced dead. He was not pronounced dead until 7:50 a.m. There it is. There it is. John is dead between 6 and 6:30 a.m. Wow. Exactly. I thought she didn't know that at approximately 9 a.m. because we heard other testimony that she said to someone, we're not sure if he's going to be okay. We're not sure if he's going to make it. That's huge. We're going to go back. We're going back. And we saw her outside, Jen McCabe, on the dash cam video from several cruisers. And she was very, very calm walking around, except she was very animated with her hands, talking to several police officers for 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes.
Almost hysterical.
Can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came in?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came into the room?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection.
Next question, please, sustain.
He didn't strike it. She didn't strike it.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout? that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And if anyone did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police,
This I'm going to allow in with that foundation.
Go ahead.
she said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them.
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name, Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was. Yes.
Did you socialize or were you friends or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with him?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lang at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
Do you know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe.
Didn't Lank say he never left the foyer? He never left the foyer. He didn't go back into the kitchen until Jen McCabe called him to come back at 9 a.m. And that's when they went in the kitchen. He said during the conversations he had with Nicole and Brian Albert and Jen McCabe, they were all in the foyer. They never left the foyer. Correct? Thank you.
Initially,
That occurred in the kitchen.
I came downstairs maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with him on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes,
Welcome.
The second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now, going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife Nicole, my sister-in-law Jen, her husband Matt had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins
Why did you call Brian?
because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Reed?
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law, Julie, also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law, Julie, came by your house that morning?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law, Julie, was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
Oh, coffee. But she was going to leave the coffee in the car in a blizzard, right? She said that she was going to leave the coffee and the donuts in the car. First time we're hearing coffee. Julie didn't testify to coffee. She just said she bought 6 donuts and a card. And she was going to leave them in the car. Now there's coffee. Do you think she was going to leave him in the car? And he never stepped outside one time.
Julie, when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes, I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
I bet it was.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law, Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house, and I think she came back later in the morning, but so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law, Julie, came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Okay, I know this was a long time ago, like this morning, but didn't Julie testify that when she came in, Jen said to her, something happened to John, and Julie was like, John who? And she said, John O'Keefe, and she said, oh, is he okay? And Jen said something like, we don't know if he's going to be okay. Wasn't that testimony that we heard from Julie this morning? And now he says Jen came into their bedroom and said, John is dead. Am I imagining things? Wasn't that Julie's testimony? Yes. Everyone's saying, yep. That Julie said, that they said, we don't know if he's going to be okay. But he's saying Jen came into the bedroom and said, John is dead. And that when the sister-in-law comes in with the coffee and the donuts, they're all in shock. It's a very chaotic scene. And they're talking about how John is dead. So, yep, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not crazy, right? Twilight Zone emojis coming out. Yeah, wasn't it that they didn't know if he was going to be okay? Thank you. These people apparently did not prep themselves. They didn't get together for the family meet and greet last night to get their testimony straight. So was he dead, or was it they didn't know if he'd be okay? I would love to be a fly on the wall in the courtroom to see if the jury is furiously taking notes and if they're paying attention, if they're leaning in, if they're shaking their heads, if they're rolling their eyes, if they're like, I would love to know the body language of the jury right now. So many different stories. So many different stories. Coffee would suggest that she's delivering to the house, right? She's not going to leave the donuts in the car in the driveway. They don't lock their front door. I mean, imagine they don't lock their car doors either. And Julie said that Brian came to the door and said, "Oh, why don't you come in?" And she's like, "No, I'm good. I'm just going to leave the donuts in the car." He's like, "No, come on in. I see your true colors shining through." Yeah. He was pronounced at 7:50, actually, Phoebe, 7:50. And the reason for that is that they have to warm a body up before they can pronounce. So a lot of conflicting testimony among the family members, but we will all go down together.
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Coffee. Again, coffee. Lally doesn't know what to do about the coffee. He's like freaking out about the coffee now.
When you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened, and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
Something going on out front. Police vehicle, something going on out front. He's a police officer. Something going on out front, not a crime scene, not a scene, not an investigation going on outside my window on my lawn. Something going on out front. Oh man, my freeze frame game is on point today, huh? The arrogance. Let's take that back because there was something going on out front. Was he moseying around the window? Was he just poking around?
Your bedroom.
Or I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And
Yeah. And it's the
at any point,
all along, the story has been when they were questioned about why they didn't come out of their house, Lally has argued this in court many, many times. We've watched it. We've suffered through it. The reason that Brian Albert didn't come out of his house was because by the time he got downstairs, everyone was gone. There was no one there. There were no vehicles there. There was no scene anymore. Am I imagining things? He knows there were emergency vehicles out there. He just doesn't remember which ones. Maybe an ambulance. Don't remember if there was an ambulance. There was definitely at least one police cruiser. And I'm pretty sure there were some emergency vehicles out there, but I don't remember which ones. But this is why he never went outside. This has been the Commonwealth's argument since jump. This has been the spokespeople's argument in the cesspool of Twitter since jump. The reason Brian and Nicole Albert never went out of their house is because the time that by the time they woke up and came down, everyone was gone. There was no scene. Everyone was gone. Oh, except for Sergeant Lank in the foyer with the notebook. Or the foyer. Wow. He was sleeping, they say. That's right. Oh man, if Saturday Night Live is not in the writer's room right now making a sketch out of this. Big boy, I would thank you for the super chat. Brian Albert is sinking his own ship. He is sinking everybody's battleship right now. You sunk my battleship, Brian. You sunk them all.
At that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Are you afraid of a little snow?
Sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning. At any point around there, were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
So because the body was gone, you didn't need to go outside? There's a crime scene on your front lawn. You're a first responder. Oh, so is now the argument going to be the body was gone, even though he's a first responder, he couldn't have done anything to help save him. So he didn't go outside because it was snowing and he didn't want to get wet. This is unbelievable, Classy Lassie from Tallahassee. This is unbelievable. I agree. He didn't want to get in the way of the investigation, right? It was a fellow brother. OMG. Jay Phil is like, this is a cop. How unalert is this guy? Melissa's like, that was a fellow officer that died on your yard, sir. Danielle says people walked all over that property. It was never secured. No, it was never secured. Because when Jules came over with the donuts and the coffee, that she is her ritual or tradition of doing that on everyone's birthday, she said there were no vehicles there. There was nothing there, no crime scene tape. Nothing was out of the ordinary, except for that Jen McCabe's car was in the driveway. Okay. And she says that she came over like between 8 and 8:30, right? Wow.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either
Yuri,
of
not
them
Gary.
prior to that date?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper Yuri?
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with them on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with them?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law, Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old.
It's your wife's sister.
She's like a little sister to me.
Oh, comforting. You want it to be
And,
comforting.
At the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you.
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table.
Lies.
And Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matt?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
So I may have one moment, Joan.
Yes.
He missed the memo. This is when they're talking about when Proctor and Buchanan went to McCabe's house to do statements later in the day. He's saying that they were separated for their statements.
I'll show you a series of 8 photographs. That's to review them and look up.
Sure.
You can show us the same ridiculous photos of the
What I'm
house?
just presenting you what's been previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefly.
Hey, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with exhibit 58. Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already talked.
I have that, yes.
So what's up on the screen currently? Do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
Let's see. I got to have them out of order here. Just give me 1 sec. $58 that you handed me.
Street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is
Granite?
black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
A berm.
And in this area of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag.
Oh, yeah.
And
Patriotic.
there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
Yeah, you lived there your whole life. You don't know what it is?
For all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is.
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed. And we don't really have much to do with it.
And the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area as you were describing with the fire hydrant, the flagpole, things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Around the time? No.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before.
I thought there was a nor'easter on January 29th. I thought after
Yes, it
Officer
appears that,
O'Keefe's body was found, another 20 inches of snow fell. This is some other time in January. Some other, maybe February. We don't know. All the snow is melted. This photograph is complete and utter BS and stands for nothing, in my opinion. And it is painful.
there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point on the 29th.
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
So my driveway is, or was, this area right here, and that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there were sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
The foyer,
Sure.
again.
So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
Mm-hmm.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir, if the window that you were looking out, do you see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 60.
You say 60?
60. And so what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway and the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th? That's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snow, correct?
Right, so the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is, when you came home that evening or the early morning on the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covering?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
The next photograph, Ms. Gillen.
I can't believe that
Now
these
looking at what is exhibit
photos are allowed in. I just can't. Nothing, no timestamp, there's no metadata, there's nothing. Who took these photos? When were they taken? It's not a fair and accurate representation on the scene
Yes.
on January 29th, 2022.
Closer up image of the area, the fire hydrant, electrical box, and the flagpole that you were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph.
I don't know. No foundation.
And
I agree.
Again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
Nobody's seen the
So
judge,
you were
Karina.
mentioning earlier in your testimony that
In at least a
the
half an
area where
hour.
you saw the police cruisers when you looked out your window on the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And do you see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I believe that row of
Yes.
that row of trees is
Yes.
the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor?
Yes, they appear to be in line from almost the street to the white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
Yes.
And the next photograph is coming, number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second. Sorry.
This is so useless. So it's okay that the dispatch log was wrong and said 32 instead of 34?
With reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often.
So we wouldn't notice the dead body there.
There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, sir, with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard.
Oh, very dark.
There's no street light there.
But if you shined your headlights on there, you'd see a dead body on the lawn, right?
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph? Exhibit 64?
This is where Jennifer
So
Coffenhofer
that's the
snuck and took pictures.
the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
Mhm.
If you could, just using the laser pointer and direct.
Oh, yeah.
attention to what you're talking about.
So the door would be right in here.
Mhm. And then there's another door to the garage.
And from the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what if anything is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door,
To the other door, the front.
there's a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number 65.
Okay. What's that?
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my yard.
Okay.
You can take that down.
What is that? What is the relevance of that?
Now, Mr. Albert, with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
Days following.
Later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
Okay.
As far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 29th?
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Yeah.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to Norwood, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November it would have been 2021.
Mm-hmm.
What was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling your house?
Objection.
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and
Wow.
ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had
Got a
sold
great
around
deal
that
on selling
time.
his house?
And it was a little early for us because
Oh,
our children weren't all
your house wasn't a
necessarily
crime
gone
scene yet.
but it was close, and we thought we
Yeah.
could get a good deal for the house. So
Good
that's when
deal.
we started
Under
exploring.
market? Great deal.
And who, if anyone, did your brother Christopher put you in touch with?
Well done to you.
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was it?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
That's when you closed.
And as far as
When did the deal
prior
go
to
down?
selling the house, what if any? Did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29, 2022?
Absolutely not.
Where's the evidence that Karen hit John with her car? Where's that evidence? We're talking about market value and house sales and
Yes.
electrical boxes that nobody knows what they're for. Basement doors that are called bulkheads. Have we seen one shred of evidence about what actually happened to Officer Donald
Nothing
that
further
night
for this
in 2
witness,
weeks?
All right. Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a second, please?
In 2 weeks. This is insane. I've never in my life seen a trial like this. We have not seen one piece of evidence linking Karen Reed to the death of John O'Keefe. Not one.
Of Mr. Albert, start cross-examination of Mr. Albert. We're going to let you break for the day. And I did want to give you some scheduling updates because there have been questions from you folks and requests. So originally, next week will be a full week with him, every day next week. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be full days. I'd like us to pick up the pace a little bit here. No repetitive testimony so that we can move things along. But we are moving things along. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be full days. Tuesdays and Thursday next week will be half days. The week I wanted to address with you, where we were already going to be off the 29th and 31st of that week. There's been a request and it makes sense. We will now take the 29th, 30th, and 31st rather than have you folks come in. So you'll get 3 full days, sort of maybe in the middle of this trial, to be able to just kind of regroup
And think about how ridiculous this case
I'm
is.
going to ask you to give us a full day on the 28th. So think about that this weekend. So the Tuesday will be a full day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be down. Okay?
Down and out.
June 7th, we're off. We will end June 6th at noon instead of 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent.
Blah, 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 blah. Are they going to
I
talk
should
about
be
anything?
taking a look at.
Right, no, I wasn't, I was talking about something different.
That I should be taking a look at.
Right, no, I wasn't.
Commonwealth, no.
No, we can wait on
I heard you say we can wait on that, but I'd like to know, is there anything that I should be taking a look at?
Right, no, I wasn't, I was talking about something different. I think with regard to Brian Albert, there's really nothing other than I wanted to talk to my co-counsel over the weekend to get the court to potentially revisit the ruling that you just made, which whether you do or you don't, Your Honor, I think you've heard, we can hear more potentially. But with regard to Caitlin Albert, Your Honor, there is the issue of the photos between her and Katie McLaughlin. I just wanted to flag that for the court. I think we've addressed that already, and I think the court had said we'd take them on a photo-by-photo basis.
No, what I said is you need to approach. So before she testifies, let me know where we stand.
Will do.
Okay? Or before your cross-examination.
Will do.
All right. Do we expect to hear from her next week?
Yes.
Okay,
I think probably Monday.
Probably Monday.
okay.
Monday, Caitlin
All right.
Albert.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right, thank
No,
you.
Your Honor, thank you.
Well, that has been a colossal waste of 10 days of our 9 days of our time. No cross. The cross will happen on Monday. My friends, we're going to have to wait until Monday. But Lally dragged it out right until the very last minute so that Brian Albert could not be crossed today because this courtroom, we're a little bit behind. So apparently they break at 4:00. Nobody works till 5 anymore, right? And only from 9 to 1 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And now we just learned that there will be no court on May 29, 30, or 31. They'll get out at June 6th at noon, and they'll be off on June 7th. So this is really a part-time, half-assed sort of trial schedule, if you ask me. Bob Weir says, don't watch YouTube tonight. I don't know. We've been here all day. Qbert, thank you so much for coming in with the super chat, heading back to court now, but bringing you with us. My mom, who's in her 90s, adores you. Oh, I love that, Qbert. Thank you so much. And your boots on the ground in the courthouse. Tracy says the house photo used is a microdots rendering. I don't know which one that was, Tracy. I've fallen a little bit behind. You sent this at 2:12. Thank you for the super chat. Chantal, tell us how you really feel, Melanie. Thanks for that super chat. Maddie, killing time so they can prep for cross on Monday. I agree, Maddie. Thank you. Wasting time, as Dave Matthews would say. Kathy Todd, thanks for the super sticker. Vix Logic, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Loving your work. You're a joy in all this mayhem. Well, my guys, I'm so glad to be watching this with you because otherwise I'd be screaming at my TV. Could someone wake me when Lally is done or wake me up when September ends? Thanks, K&J, for the super sticker. Super chat. Shelly says, and I'm putting this up again, thanks for the super chat. Conspiracy isn't a bunch of people. Think about a pyramid scheme. People at the top know the scheme. Lower employees don't follow orders. Dennis, thanks for your super chat. Great coverage. Are you going to follow the feds putting these bleeps in the slammer? Oh, I'm here for as long as this takes and for whatever happens. Dennis, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. That's so sweet of you. And Smack617, thanks for the super chat. Did any of them go to police officer John O'Keefe's funeral? Just curious. I think some people in the chat answered you. Rhonda Iowa girl, thank you so much for the 10. Says weird that she was showing wedding photos and he is showing marine photos. Horrible party. Oh my God. Lindsay, thanks for your super chat. That would kind of make sense about why John would have gone up a flight of stairs when he got there and then down 2 flights of stairs. Yeah. Denise says, I cannot stand the utterly useless questions. Thank you for the 5. Irene says, use the bulkhead to leave and put donuts in the car. Thanks, Irene. And then Irene says, don't need to lock the doors with a biting dog inside. I guess that's true. Big boy, can you please explain what the objection during John is dead? I think a lot of us are confused by who said it, why, and what it means for the defense. I think it was very good for the defense. I guess that it was a defense attorney that objected. What did Jen say to you when she walked into your bedroom to Brian Albert? And before the objection could be let out or ruled on, Brian Albert said, she said, John is dead. And that's very good for the defense because there's been a lot of conflicting testimony by his wife, by Julie. And if Jen McCabe knew that John was dead at 6:30 a.m. when she rushed in there, or between 6 and 6:30, it's curious. Big boy again coming in. Thanks. Brian Albert is sinking his own ship. You sunk my battleship. Rini, thanks for the super chat. No light on an American flag flown at night and bad weather. Heart of Inspiration, thank you for the super chat. I don't usually see a real case for dismissal after the prosecution's case in chief, but this one definitely deserves to be dismissed immediately. You're right. It's rarely seen. The motion is always made after the close of the prosecution's case by the defense to dismiss. It's never granted. But in this case, I don't know. Let's hold out hope. But I haven't seen any evidence of John hitting him with her car. Have you? Carly, thanks for your super chat. Isn't the judge supposed to make sure the defendant gets a fair trial? Instead, she wants everyone to hurry up while Karen Reed is on trial for her life. Very, very true. Madam Roz, I wanted to bring this up because I wanted to talk about this. If the front door is so important, why haven't they shoveled the steps? Can you see that in this photo that it's full of snow and shoveled a day later? Right. Which begs the question, why would Officer Lank, and I think it was Goody that went in with him. Was it Goody or Gallagher? I think it was Goody. Go in that front door. If it was a blizzard and there was so much snow, why would they walk across the path that wasn't even shoveled yet, as opposed to going right up the driveway into that side door? I have a lot of questions about that. It doesn't make sense. It strains credulity. What say you? What was the most important part of today, or most interesting part for you? So much conflicting testimony between Julie Nicole Albert and Brian Albert. So that's really interesting. Really, really interesting. We'll have to go back and watch it again so that we can make all of our important points. Brian Albert just sunk them all, says Nikki. So many lies he's been caught in today. The feds are watching and listening. Lot of conflicts with playing on words. Yep. Mimi says he's playing with words. You lost your house, sell your house, and then close on your house. Much time between those dates. Yeah. They spent a lot of time today. They spent a lot of time getting out testimony about when they decided to sell their house, trying to make it seem like they didn't decide to sell their house because the basement was full of blood evidence. They decided to sell their house way before this even happened. So therefore, as such, you can't think that anybody did it. This is day 9 of testimony because last week, Wednesday, was off for law day. So in 9 days, have we seen one shred of evidence that Karen did anything that night other than be super generous and nice to the kids? Everybody was helpful for the prosecution, except for some of the family members that came on today and all contradicted each other. The fact that Brian Albert says he brought Brian Higgins upstairs to look at pictures. And Nicole Albert says they were in the other room only for a few minutes. They didn't disappear for very long at all. The whole thing is crazy. It's outrageous. And who could believe it? You couldn't believe it unless you were here watching it with me. So thank you to all my moderators. This has been a long day today. We've been here for 7 hours and 41 minutes. If everyone would be so kind as to hit the like button on your way out and that little subscribe button down there, it's free. It helps the algorithm. And hit the bell on your way out so that you will be notified when I go live, and I will be with you again next week covering this gavel to gavel with you. We're all in this together, and we will all go down together. You, my mods, are amazing. You guys are the best. Thank you so very much. Stay away from YouTube tonight, folks. It's going to be rough out there. Members, channel members, cupcakes, my friends, thank you for watching. As always, be cool, be kind, be classy. Really, it is not hard. It is so not hard. And I'll be back with you on Monday, but I don't know. It's going to be a long weekend. Maybe you'll see me before then. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. I love you. And have a great weekend, everybody. Peace. Let's go Rangers. Good night.